You know, Jurassic Park sequels were always seen as bad sequels. By the public, of course. The real Jurassic Park fans didn't hate them. But that was it. They were just bad movies. That was pretty much it. But then Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom came along and... oh my god!
From the horrendously fake and unconvincing dialogue to the outlandishly terrible character decisions and motivations.
Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom is not good. Actually, it's pretty bad.
Well, hey, speaking of rat feces, do you want to talk more about Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom?
Boy, do I ever.
This is so beyond stupid. F you, film. F you for not having any faith in your audience's brains. You couldn't even try to write something better than that.
You cannot tell me that this is a good movie. You can't. You can't. I'm not even a third of the way finished with the damn plot yet, and we're at the point where I was ready to walk out of the theater. This movie was dreadful. Surely you must have seen the same movie. There can't actually be anyone in the world that watched this utterly retarded nonsense and actually thought this was unironically well written.
What is the deal here? Did I miss a meeting or something? Did the entire world wake up one day and decide, okay, let's say Jurassic Park or what? Why is it all of a sudden cool to trash the Jurassic Park movies? What's the deal? Did I jump to another dimension while I was asleep? This just boggles my mind. The amount of vicious attacks this movie has received, it's unspeakably idiotic. We have those who try to sound smart thinking they know what they're talking about.
How do you expect us to care when the premises of these movies are built on such stupid ideas?
Others who are just idiotically nitpicking on everything like...
also, it has a yellow stripe. How is this an improvement?
assholes like...
I'm sure the mental gymnastics required to defend these terrible movies will increase tenfold for this one. And believe me, the mental gymnastics are gonna have to get a lot better because oh boy does shit get retarded real soon.
And then we have... this.
Just make... and you just, in a gift store, that was the entire point of the first movie, was that in between the... it's just like a rode on an elephant. So his assumption...
What the f*** is this? The Big Bang Theory? That wasn't a joke!
Seriously, you can replace every one of these reviews with this. These movies are wanker. The people who made it are wankers, and everybody who liked it is a wanker. Don't forget to wank the sub button and wank the bell and wank my Patreon to release my new series called Movies You Can Wank to You Bloody Wankers. This was the Wanking Critic, and I wank it so you don't wank to it. You wankers. Ugh. This is worse than being a fan of the Transformers movies. It's like I'm the only one in the world who really liked Fallen Kingdom. It's absurd. But then again, I shouldn't be surprised because critics didn't like the original Jurassic Park movie back in the day.
Jurassic Park has a number of peak thrills at the level of the attacks in Jaws, and it has moments of real wonder. But when the animals are off screen, the film really lags. That wasn't true if you think about it with Jaws, which had 3 marvelous characters hunting the shark. Jurassic Park only has Goldblum. The rest of the crew stands around and smiles or schemes. Still, thumbs up for me. The action scenes are really enjoyable.
I give a thumbs up too, and also for the action scenes, and I feel that really this movie, though, is a missed opportunity because what he doesn't have here, and what I really missed from a movie by Spielberg like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, is the sense of awe, the sense of majesty. These creatures are back, and it's amazing, and right away, after an opening shot that has a little of that,
yes, it does.
The movie disintegrates basically into a monster picture where the dinosaurs are chasing everybody, and the people are running away, and there's lots of action and lots of screaming, but there's not really any opportunity to really give these creatures their due. It's almost like the movie doesn't have any respect for the intelligence of the audience, that they might really be interested in dinosaurs instead of just in the action scenes.
We could have used more scenes, you're right, of awe, and that's, well, I think you're just right.
Jurassic Park was born when the dinosaurs weren't on screen, uninteresting characters, all action and no wonder, insults the audience's intelligence, and merely a monster movie. It's almost the same thing everybody says about Fallen Kingdom. How ironic. To further prove the absurdity of the situation, One of the complaints about this movie that I wasn't aware of until it was brought to my attention is the lack of dinosaur accuracy. Yes, this was a major complaint among many people about this movie. And I'm like, where were you for the past 25 years or so? The dinosaurs in these movies were never accurate. Hell, you could say they were inaccurate the moment Michael Crichton chose to name the dinosaurs Velociraptor instead of Deinonychus just because it sounded cooler and catchier. Yes, these are actually Deinonychus, which made things a bit complicated when they decided to include actual Deinonychus to the franchise. What, did people forget the highly inaccurate Dilophosaurus from the first movie? I guess because that became so ingrained in pop culture it became acceptable. But really, after all this time, now does everybody decide to point that out? In the 5th movie nonetheless? Isn't that like if Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince was my first Harry Potter movie and complained that none of the characters wear witch hats? And since I'm like the only one paying attention, here are a couple of reminders regarding the creatures of this franchise.
Dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago. What is left of them is fossilized in the rocks, and it is in the rock that real scientists make real discoveries. Now, what John Hammond and InGen did at Jurassic Park is create genetically engineered theme park monsters, nothing more and nothing less.
Nothing in Jurassic World is natural. We have always filled gaps in the genome with the DNA of other animals. And if their genetic code was pure, many of them would look quite different. But you didn't ask for reality. You asked for more teeth.
I never asked for a monster.
Monster is a relative term. To a canary, a cat is a monster.
Imagine if suddenly Roberta sprouted feathers in this movie. How would the audience react to that? Oh wait, it happened with the raptors in Jurassic Park 3, and everybody called them ugly and questioned the continuity error it made. People, you're watching a movie, not a documentary. Well, even documentaries don't get everything right about them.
You know, a lot of my books have been about sort of science gone wrong, and I'm always surprised that anybody takes it seriously. When Jurassic Park came out, there was a congressman who was going to introduce legislation banning any research leading to the creation of a dinosaur. I held my breath, hoping to see this happen, but apparently somebody whispered in the guy's ear that it was just a movie, you know? It was...
If you're that picky about it, then perhaps you should self-petition Disney to give Rafiki a shorter tail to make him an accurate-looking mandrill. Or petition Hollywood to make all space scenes to be dead silence like this.
This is where the fun begins.
Let them pass between us. I'm gonna go help them out.
No.
No, they are doing their job.
Then we can do ours.
Missiles, pull up. They overshot us. They're coming around.
It's one thing if a movie was actually bad. It's another thing when it's heavily misunderstood. Tell me if you've been through this situation for at least once in your life. You go to watch a new movie you've been interested in for a long time and you've been patiently waiting for it. You go, you're having a good time, and you think it was one of the best things you've seen in your life. But then you talk about it with other people, you get shocked by hearing how nobody liked it, as if you saw an entirely different movie and you don't understand why nobody else liked it as much as you did. Those who saw the movie on their own are one issue. The bigger issue are those who either never saw it but judged it based on online reviewers, or those who did watch it but they already said their opinion before they take their seats because they saw the reviews before they get to watch the movie and they watched it from start to finish under that one mindset like it's predetermined. And because those people never form their own opinion and just repeat what everybody says, they spread their false ideas among even more crowds to the point it becomes the normal line of thinking, and anybody who says a different opinion is marked as the odd one. And when those who spread these ideas are seen as gospel reviewers because they have over 1 million subs with millions of videos a day, they think they have the monopoly of the truth and they never get things wrong. And they're free to trash and insult everyone from the people who genuinely like these movies or those who worked on them like they have the full right to do so.
This is the kind of dumbassery you'd expect from someone who has literal Down syndrome.
So these filmmakers, that Colin Trevorrow, he's very meta and he's very clever.
He's very clever. he's a very, very smart man.
Why and how are these idiots getting writing jobs in Hollywood?
If they tell you this movie sucks, then that means they're right. No second guessing or room for doubt. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell, and don't forget to support them on Patreon Starter for their upcoming book titled You Movie Sucks, and here's why. It doesn't matter what you think, it's what they think that matters. Because you're just a mindless peon who can't form his own opinion! I mean, who cares if you say this movie is good, huh? No one! But if you say this movie sucks, then congratulations! The crab is filled, and all your money belongs to me! And all your fake fans will thank you! If I wasn't clear about it, let me rephrase it so you can understand. The current style of internet reviews needs to stop. 10 years ago, it was cool to watch people trash bad movies. It was funny to see online reviewers destroy vintage media like Man-Children in the name of comedy. But guess what? Like every trend or a fad, it soon reaches a point when it's no longer funny. And just like when you stick to an outdated trend that no longer interests people, they will lose interest at what you're doing and you will lose credibility.
Of course, some will say this is CinemaSins playing the asshole character for a joke, but after a certain point, it doesn't matter. If you pretend to be stupid for long enough, you just look stupid, perpetuating your stupidity to people who are rightly confused about what you're trying to say.
Nowadays, people don't get much entertainment from accentuating on the negative alone. The audience who grew up with that style has reached a point where they want something much more interesting and more productive. Just like how all those self-proclaimed reviewers demand for better movies, the audience of those reviewers demand for better reviews as well. Back then, it was funny when reviewers called the makers idiots or incompetents. Now, it is mostly seen as disrespectful, mean-spirited, cruel, and overall makes them look like big jerks for the sake of being jerks. Especially nowadays when cyberbullying, or just bullying in general, has reached dangerous levels where victims of all kinds either went through terrible mental traumas or ended their lives.
It's not just your successes or our problems, though. It's more than that. Has anyone else noticed things have felt a bit meaner lately? Anytime someone compares our companies, you get so much snark and divisiveness and hate. Do we really want to see how far this rivalry might go? The point is, you're punching down at a company that everyone criticizes, and we're punching up at a company that everyone loves. I guess we're just wondering, why are we still putting ourselves through this?
Do you know the saying, everybody is a critic? Just because you can make a certain criticism, that doesn't automatically make a critic. Not everybody is qualified to be a critic in the way we all associate that word with. What makes a good critic, in my opinion, is first being neutral to everything they're going to experience. When you either go to watch a movie, or play a game, or read a book, you need to do with the expectation of it being good. When you are a one-note critic who says everything is terrible, that makes you boring and very predictable. But if your criticism is varied and make different opinions from time to time, that makes you interesting to follow and makes the viewer wondering what will be your opinion like with each episode.
These comics suck. This comic doesn't suck at all. Anyway, this comic is okay for the most part, but it's still not good. Anyway, this origin is pretty damn good.
If you go with the mindset that what you're experiencing is going to suck anyway, then maybe you shouldn't waste your time on it because you weren't planning to like it and weren't prepared to have anything nice to say about it from the beginning.
We had a bet going into this. Who was going to be the most bland actor? I had gone with Russell Crowe. I actually stood up for him. Yes, I went with Russell Crowe fresh off of Les Miserables.
But you can't beat the blandness of the Costner.
Yeah,
I said
you
Costner
went
was
with
gonna
Kevin
be more
Costner,
bland.
and I was just like, when it was all said and done, I
Cough it up.
yeah, there was no contest. Russell Crowe, as bland as he was still not as bad as Kevin Costner. So thank you so much, sir. That being said,
that's not good criticism, because it wasn't based on how you felt from the experience. It was a predetermined choice that wouldn't be affected if you go see it or not. Going through the experience with the assumption that it'll be bad makes you blind to everything good about it, and when you make your supposed review of it, you point the wrong picture about it. And when the people who had the same experience, who were enjoying and were invested in it, end up watching your review, they won't accept your criticism because you got things severely wrong and you're not representing what you're criticizing in a fair look. And by doing so, it only makes you look like you have a personal vendetta against the people who made what you're criticizing, and that should instantly make these reviews invalid from the beginning, because you weren't fair to them from the beginning.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't even know if it's any good or not. I didn't...
That's true. I haven't read a word of it or even seen a preview. But after the opening tomorrow, I'm going to turn in the worst review anybody has ever read. And I'm going to close your play. Would you like to know why? Because I hate you and everyone you represent. Entitled, selfish, spoiled children. Blissfully untrained, unversed, and unprepared to even attempt real art. Handing each other awards for cartoons and pornography. Measuring your worth in weekends. Well, this is the theater. And you don't get to come in here and pretend you can write, direct, and act in your own propaganda piece without coming through me first.
Another thing that critics need to understand that not every movie is criticized equally. For example, if the critic is a fan of the sci-fi genre, but not so with romance, he can't criticize a romance movie the same he does to a sci-fi movie, because he's not as well delved in it as the other. Reviewing a movie of a genre or a source that he doesn't fully understand without understanding why they work like that or why certain plot elements work in a certain way, not only they make a bad impression of the movie, but will also backfire if it was heavily misinformed. Not only to the reviewer, but also for the movies themselves, as they rob them from a crowd that was interested in seeing these movies but changed their minds after watching a CinemaSins video.
Wow, this is absolutely not what I thought the movie was going to be about. Trippy. Not one I'd watch. The implication with that last quote being that CinemaSins spoiled the entire movie for the person, which robbed it of a potential sale while misrepresenting it. So despite CinemaSins' insistence that they're not reviewers, a significant portion of their audience is using their Everything Wrong With series as review to inform themselves about the quality of films. And by the way, all these comments were taken from the Everything Wrong With video for Get Out, one of the best films to come out in the past few years. Don't know about you, but that feels pretty gross to me.
I hate CinemaSins, by the way, even more so than the dumbass critic and his awful channel. I hate them so much that I feel dirty just mentioning them as an example here, for they are the best example of everything wrong with internet criticism.
CinemaSins is bad for film criticism. People who haven't seen the movie and Everything Wrong With is based on can be legitimately misled about its quality, as I've pointed out. A lot of people, including CinemaSins, consider Everything Wrong With to be review, at least in part, which is misrepresentation, but also contributes to teaching YouTube at large that criticism should be judged by its entertainment value rather than the merit of its arguments. CinemaSins is bad for YouTube. It touts CinemaSins as a success story through recommendations despite its falsehoods. CinemaSins serves to teach YouTubers not to spend time crafting their content and instead turn to video marketing tactics, cranking out low-effort clickbait videos to maximize engagement and therefore profits. CinemaSins shows its audience that facts are overrated and can be easily excused with satire and comedy, which undermines other content on YouTube that's more thoughtful and meaningful. And finally, CinemaSins is bad for critical thinking and intellectual honesty. People often won't question CinemaSins or content like it if it has even a sliver of entertainment value, and will vehemently defend it despite its many, many contradictions. CinemaSins serves as a lesson that people can say whatever they want and explain it away later as a joke or satire or all of the above, as if these concepts are just get-out-of-criticism free cards and not tools for crafting art.
Hell, I hate them so much that I'm not even going to show or even include their Fallen Kingdom footage in this entire video. They are that bad of a channel. Plus, it's not like I even watched it anyway, because why should I? And while we're on the subject of these problematic reviews, here's another thing that needs to stop. Long, nitpicky summarizations of movies on their opening night. If you're going to give a quick 5 to 10 minutes thoughts of the movie, that's fine. But making a movie-length summarization of the movie pointing out every single thing is not recommended. Why? Because these in-depth reviews are dependent on the reviewer's memory, and unless you have a really strong memory or rewatch the movie several times to memorize it, which by the way, great for supporting this bad movie that you told everybody not to go to, good plan. You're going to base your notes on faulty memories, and you can't just rewind the movie to double check unless you get to by illegal means. And when you get your facts and opinions wrong about something, that will stick around forever unless you take it down and redo the whole thing all over again. But I guess because YouTube's algorithms just point a gun to your heads and you force yourselves to make something while the movie is still trending. And those are the same people who yell at Hollywood for making movies based on trends instead of making good stories.
In April of 2015, Disney announced that they'd be making a live-action Winnie the Pooh film. Angered by this, CinemaSins Jeremy uploaded a video of himself explaining why he thinks that's a terrible idea.
You offend me, Disney. You offend me as somebody who has written and created original things. They're going to come in the comments and say, you make videos on YouTube using other people's movies. Blah, diddy, blah, diddy, blah. And yes, you're right. We also make a shit ton of other stuff. But more importantly, the reason we started that channel was to point out when Hollywood started slacking, started repeating too many things, started falling into tropes and cliches and cycles. That's the point of the whole channel, was to bemoan this shit.
I mean, it's not like the interest is gonna get back when the movie gets to be available on home releases where everybody gets to see it again in their leisure, and you find a CinemaSins video shop down your recommendations for everyone to watch and support lowering the standards of criticism even further, right? Ever since I started the series, I keep getting comments and tweets saying, hey, will you make a response video to this guy? Please respond to this guy. Respond to this guy. What do you say about this one? What about this one? What about this and that? You know what? You're getting it. Oh, you're getting it. And since I'm angry and furious at this, that means for the entirety of this review, I'm going to be in my nerd rage mode full on from the start. The button is already smashed hard, so let's get to it and end this show of bad comedy. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom is the fifth installment of the Jurassic Park movie franchise. It is the second part of the World Trilogy that started in 2015 after 14 years of development hell following Jurassic Park 3. The first Jurassic World movie was a huge commercial and financial success, being the first movie to gross over $500 million in its opening weekend, generating $1.6 billion in box office revenue. It was ranked as the fifth highest grossing film of all time and the second highest grossing film of 2015. Fallen Kingdom was released in June 2018 and grossed over $1.3 billion, making it the third movie of the series to pass the $1 billion mark after Jurassic World and Jurassic Park. Currently, it is the third highest grossing film of 2018 after Avengers: Infinity War and Black Panther, and the current 12th highest grossing film of all time. The first Jurassic World movie was directed by Colin Trevorrow, who also wrote it along with Derek Connolly, Rick Yaffa, and Amanda Silver. Fallen Kingdom was directed by J.A. Bayona, but it was still written by Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly, making it 2 writers instead of 4 like last time. J.A. Bayona is known for The Orphanage, The Impossible, and The Monster Calls. Not one of them that I ever saw or familiar with. While Jurassic World was received average to positive, Fallen Kingdom was met with heavy negative reception. It was praised for the directing, the acting, the visuals, the horror elements, and the score, but it was panned for seemingly weak plot that doesn't make sense and lack of innovation. But, is it? Is Fallen Kingdom really a bad movie? Or a heavily misunderstood movie? Is there something the audience doesn't see in this movie? Or is their criticism valid? Well, you're watching this and obviously you can tell this is going to be a very long explanation. Guess what the situation is? And of course, it's not going to be just our dumbass, but some other people in the mix. Good thing I'm not going to be alone in this ride, and I brought some moral support to keep my sanity in place. And who else is better than the main star of this film? And the Raptor.
Hey folks, I'm your star of the night.
Thank you for coming. I may end up needing some help here. After all, it's the dumbass critic. We all know it's going to be awful.
I don't like this guy. There's something evil about him.
How do you know that?
Well, it takes a predatory animal to know one.
Well, your assumption is in place because everybody knows not to trust this guy in what he says or does. Especially now with this mockery of a review that I'm sure is going to be such.
Oh, stop overreacting. It's just a Fallen Kingdom review.
And that's gonna help? How? Just look at the thumbnail. He photoshopped a mallet instead of using a real one. And look at the green screen bleeding to his body. Just how lazy and poor-skilled are you after 10 years doing this crap?
Wow, that looks awful. Okay, I know he scammed people for $90,000, but maybe he really is out of money this time. You know how hard it is to work without sponsors.
Oh, he got sponsors back.
What?
This episode brought to you by Skillshare.
Okay, that's why you need to do some background check.
Whatever it is, we've wasted enough time now. Let's get to it.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to.
Well, this is a good sign.
Hello, I'm a Jurassic Park movie. Hello, Jurassic Park movie. Hello, I'm another Jurassic Park movie. Hello, Jurassic Park movie.
It's going to be one of those, isn't it?
By creating the same thing over and over with a drop of the original genius, we can have as many Jurassic Parks as we want.
Take note of that, because it'll be an important point later.
The lack of humility before great filmmaking that's being displayed here staggers me.
1. You have no right quoting Ian Malcolm after being openly mocking to the guy. 2. You have no right questioning filmmaking when you don't know the basics of filmmaking.
Jurassic Park is one of the coolest, most groundbreaking movies ever made, and you wield it like an Alien vs. Predator sequel.
Did you just compare Fallen Kingdom to Alien vs. Predator? Why am I not surprised?
And before you even knew what you had.
You're still doing that joke again?
Hey, you know what, Mr. Spielberg, before you even knew what you had.
Who is the lazy one here?
Well, this is just like what happened with today's movie, Jurassic Park Fallen Kingdom.
Obviously, we all knew you were making that comparison.
Are you done?
It may have made a lot of money, but Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom has left a lot of viewers asking, what the heaping pile of dinosaur shit were they thinking?
I know what they were thinking. Obviously.
Not only does it have little to nothing new in it, but the idiotic decisions made in this movie are so massive and so mind-blowing that you feel like that one pilot in Return of the Jedi.
There's too many of them.
Along with false advertising, making it look like the film was about the dinosaurs being released on the public when it's really just the last few minutes. This duped audiences, pissed off critics, and yet still made a bundle at the box office because dinosaurs are like dangling keys to us. Just keep waving them in front of our faces and we'll keep forgetting what a lazy, repetitive form of entertainment they are.
Nothing. I got nothing.
Well, I got something. It's just like your show.
The film opens up with an inspiring idea that no Jurassic Park film has ever tackled before. Nah, just kidding. It opens with dinosaurs attacking people like always.
2 things. 1. Good thing he's using clips here. Or maybe to show how lazy he is this time around. 2. How else do you want these movies to start? You can't have a reaction without an action first, right? How do you think movies start? By an action, followed by a reaction. If you don't have an action that kicks off your main plot, then you don't have a plot. And why am I teaching a bunch of supposed film critics how movies work again? Aren't you supposed to know all of this already?
Jeez, it's like they never saw a movie in their entire life.
Exactly.
Hey look, the T-Rex. Oh. Yeah, it's not even really a big deal anymore. In the first one, she almost outruns a Jeep. In the second one, she can't catch up to a crowd of people. And this one, she can't catch up with Homer Simpson's voice actor. I'm a who cares?
Wow. Did he just lose interest in that annoying song?
Oh, bravo! Bravo! Encore!
They make a point of showing it in the first movie. It's in this little man-made lake that they make.
It jumps up.
Directly in the center of the island. Here, it's on the edge of the island that has a fence that opens up directly into the ocean. But yeah, so right off the bat, they just completely changed the location of that pond for plot convenience.
So anyway, they open up the sea gates and wait, what? So there's just a gate between the open ocean and the fish boy pen? Why? I mean, I imagine that when the park was operational, they needed to funnel the thing out so they could perform maintenance inside its enclosure. Sure, that's fine. But why in the hell would they just have gates leading to the ocean that can be opened by anyone? Keep that in mind. I'm coming back to it later.
They open up a door that connects the Mosasaurus den to the ocean somehow? Wasn't the whole point of that enclosure not to be connected to the ocean? Have you retconned it so that something can now escape, movie?
Did they retcon the geography of the island? I guess so, because if you look at that big holographic map thing that they had in the first movie and compare it to the 3D model that they show multiple times in this one, the two look literally nothing alike.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Oh, the lake. They didn't retcon its location. It is still the center of the island. But wait, you say, what about this map from the first Jurassic World movie that doesn't show any water canal that reaches the center of the island? Or this one that shows the lake is now next to the ocean? These maps are not fully accurate. Especially this one. It's completely wrong, as clarified by Colin Trevorrow, and he apologized for this oversight. Now, some of you may ask, couldn't they have fixed it for the home releases? I don't know. Why don't we ask George Lucas how the fans reacted to all the fixes he made for Star Wars? I went to check every shot that showed the lake in the movie, but just like the ship in The Lost World, we didn't get a complete look of the area. Perhaps there was a water canal reaching the lake, but we didn't get to see it. If you go back and look up old maps of Isla Nublar, both official and fan-made from before Jurassic World, you can see a water canal did exist, and it reaches from the ocean all the way to the center of the island. The lake in Jurassic World is a man-made aquarium. It's not natural, and it houses a saltwater creature. That means it's needs a water source that comes from the ocean. Speaking of aquariums, that tank is not always clean, and these fences and glass panels that allows the visitors to watch the mosasaurs and live shows and other monitoring equipment might need some maintenance. How would they do that with the mosasaurs in place? Send scuba divers? She'll just eat them all. Send drones? She would eat them all as well. That's not cost effective. Drain the whole lake so the mosasaurus is left stranded and exposed under the sunlight? That would do more harm than good. No, what they do is move her to a secondary tank just like in real aquariums. And while she is isolated there, they are free to flush out the lake and work whatever they need to do, and then open the canal once again to fill it with the seawater and let the mosasaurs back again, just like in real aquariums. But since the mosasaurus is too large to lift via a crane or a stretcher, that means they need to find some way to move her, so what do? Make a gate connecting between the two tanks. Now, what about the end of the canal that reaches the ocean? Did they leave it exposed? Well, considering the sub needed to reach the lake from the ocean, then I believe they opened a hole big enough to fit in the sub, and the mosasaurus used that hole to smash through whatever it was keeping that exit closed. Reminder, the crew thought the mosasaurus was dead, so they didn't take her escape to the ocean in consideration when they did the operation.
And as a result, his iPad was only half loading, the door closing, and being crushed prevents it from closing the door now? Why wouldn't it be binary? You hit close and the door closes. Why do you need a constant connection to the iPad? A system like that sounds incredibly unsafe and downright ineffective.
Before that, though, he starts closing the gate with his iPad, but the T-Rex steps on the iPad and keeps the gate from closing. You'd think that just hitting the close the gate button would do the trick, but no, if the connection isn't strong enough, I guess the gate just gets stuck open indefinitely. What an amazing design flaw that would totally allow the fish boy to get out.
Locks in movies never work as real life.
Ah! Wrong door!
Hey! Works for me.
He shot the locking mechanism out.
Now that is a huge design flaw, but it's totally nothing new to the franchise. These design flaws were present since the first scene of the first movie. The scene that tells us that anything could go wrong with the slightest error.
Spared no expense.
Whose bright idea was to link and assign all systems to just one person?
Spared no expense.
Who the hell thought linking electricity and phones together was a smart idea?
Spared no expense.
Why do you need to leave the control room, go through the jungle, and walk in a dark dungeon to reach the circuit breaker? Couldn't they have put it in the visitor center itself?
Spared no expense.
And for that matter, why are all security systems electrical based? Couldn't they add a double system, like leaving dinosaur enclosures in their own separate islands so they can't reach the visitors? This line is lucky Roberta can't reach him thanks to that. Imagine if Jurassic Park had done this from the start.
Spared no expense.
And are you telling me that you had a park operational for 10 years but never considered proper communication coverage for the entire island?
This is Control. You need to evacuate the container.
I know. So convenient, right? Not really. They showed us earlier that the Indominus paddock is outside the normal park, establishing later.
That paddock is 4 miles from the closest attraction.
And they're on an island to begin with. I can't get service in my office right now, so cell phones, two-way radios, all that stuff is going to be touch and go, especially inside giant concrete walls. Ever been to a Home Depot?
This is not a drill.
And that's also the reason she starts driving towards the control room. Notice she doesn't blip up on the map until she's been driving for a while. This is what you get for making your amusement park on an island in the middle of nowhere. They hadn't landed that Verizon contract yet.
Spare no expense.
And why would you allow the visitors the option for manual control of the gyrospheres? That just asks for trouble.
Spare no expense.
And what kind of system that doesn't detect a broken gate? Is the security this lax on the island?
Spare no expense.
Right. As you can see, security design flaws were always present on this island. They were really focused on making things look cool and high-tech, but forgot the practicality part.
The first damn film made sense.
Ooh, choir music! Shit's getting real in this Jurassic Park! Yeah, we need epic Latin gibberish to frame the gigantic size of Jeff Goldblum's ego!
Choirs used to be one of your favorite cliches. And 2...
Get the out!
It looks like a volcano is about to take out the island of dinosaurs, and the debate rages whether or not it's ethical to save them or let them die.
Why did they build the world's most expensive theme park next to a volcano?
And why did they build the theme park on an active volcano? How did they not know that was there? Like, Jesus Christ, how do you people not realize the mistakes you're making?
And Universal was like, okay, we need to get the dinosaurs off the island. So have it blow up. It feels very studio mandated, not very genuine.
While there's a lot of stuff like that volcano that just doesn't feel like it was thought out at all.
And it's just so bizarre that they built the park next to this volcano. I suppose it was dormant at the time, so that makes sense.
Or, you know, it's just part of the Earth's natural processes, and the people who made the park idiotically placed it on an island with a volcano that's so volatile it will literally obliterate the entire island.
Yes, we've had enough of your fancy analysis. We just want to know, why did they build the world's most expensive theme park next to a volcano? And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Ah, the volcano. The volcano is nothing new. It was around since the novel's conception. It was so around that it was referenced endlessly in other Jurassic Park media, either as a background object or a location to go to.
What is SIBO?
That mountain there. It is like a house, my father said. My people believe that the animals of the world built it.
It was around since forever, but since it wasn't important to the main plot, nobody needed to bring it up. Chekhov's gun, anyone?
They talk about how it was a volcanic island, and so we zeroed in on this as being an opportunity.
literally blowing up the island so that we won't go back to the island. We needed to move on. We needed to expand, and that's what we're doing in this film.
Now, why would they build the park on an island with a volcano? For a couple of reasons. First, it wasn't active when it was acquired. Not even Hammond is that stupid to build something with an active volcano around. Second, it was a good source for geothermal energy, a fact stated in universe a couple of times both in Nublar and Sorna.
There's a communications center here at the old operations building. Hammond ran everything on geothermal power. It was never meant to need replenishing.
Third, it was cheap. Yeah, to no one's surprise, there's not much demand for an island with a volcano, dormant or active. And since Hammond was established as a delusional idiot with poor judgment skills who overlooked the safety protocols to get something as cheap and quick as possible, he chose to pick the cheap option over the safe option. Remember Peter Ludlow? He thought having the park on that island was a bad idea. What if he thought so not because it was far away from the mainland, but maybe because he was aware about the volcano and knew it was a time bomb ready to go off anytime soon? What if his plan to use Hammond's original park project in San Diego wasn't just that it was easier to have visitors on, but maybe also to avoid worrying about the volcano? Now, why the volcano got active again? It's natural. Dormant volcanoes can get active once again when no one notices. Maybe the construction of Jurassic World or an effect from the incident caused some instability in it, and that's how it went active again. Maybe a loose dinosaur came too close to the geothermal plant and messed with some equipment to cause an eruption in there. But why it happened is not the focus in the movie. It happened, and it didn't come from out of nowhere. And isn't it fitting having a volcano in the most iconic dinosaur movie? Volcanoes are one of the oldest dinosaur cliches, and they were referenced in dino pop culture forever. It's about time we have some volcano scenes in this. The choice of destroying the island is not a new concept either. The island was destroyed by napalm bombing by the end of the novel to ensure that no dinosaur reaches the mainland, even though at that point it was already too late. Unlike the film universe in which left it intact after the incident. The state of the island after the incident was mentioned in a deleted scene from The Lost World in which they said all construction and facilities were demolished, but it was later retconned in Jurassic World when we see the original visitor center left as it was.
Damaged or destroyed equipment, $17.3 million. Demolition, deconstruction, and disposal of island Nublar facilities, organic and inorganic, $126 million. The list goes on.
But the volcano and the destruction were referenced in other media, namely the games in which we see the volcano erupting and we end them by saving the dinosaurs and taking them off the island. So even then, this whole idea of saving the dinosaurs before the island explodes was already older than The Lost World, let alone this movie.
Meanwhile, we cut to the real heroes of this movie, hipsters. Oh, you think I'm joking? They have a whole office of SJWs researching what to be offended by next. And good news, you have the whole movie with them.
That was painful. To my brain, that is.
You do know that you've offended pretty much every charity organization that fights for the good cause out there. You know, the ones you keep mentioning at the end of every video you make.
Hey, Doug Walker here doing the charity shout out, 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 charity shout out. As the original owner of the park, Claire, played again by Bryce Dallas Howard.
Claire was the operation manager. Masrani was the owner and CEO of the park. You should have known the difference since you have a late 90s MTV rapper Reject as your owner.
Now that's funny.
Leads a group of Chevy millennial ads to lobby for the safety of the dinosaurs.
Have you noticed that the reviewers who call these movies sexist or racist or mocking them using stereotypes are the same ones who use derogatory terms to describe the actors and characters of these movies?
In this film, the white cis male, his complicit characterless female love interest, and two comic relief diversity hires go back to the island Isla Nublar.
So then we see, what's her name? Annoying robotic lady who outran a T-Rex in heels. Can I call her heels? I'm calling her heels. Heels?
Along with the two obnoxious millennial characters.
But Bryce Dallas Howard, aka Lady. Claire?
Claire.
Biology asshole.
So Ginger Bitch is back and is a completely different character now.
Because Chris Pratt mansplained her the whole film. She's just lady.
Yeah.
Don't talk down to me. I'm a strong, independent woman.
Watermelon. Fried chicken. Can y'all get some grape soda for Sorry, chink. I put T-Rex blood in her, so f your ethno-state. Yo, Yo! Where you been, homie G? My crack dealer skedaddle is split out all f***ed off, and I just been running all up.
You know you're a sick man. Why don't you sit down?
Kind of a mixed message there, don't you think?
Double standards. They're great for you.
She's brought to John Hammond #2. That's honestly what he is. Didn't you know? John Hammond had a super close business partner he never talked about in any of the other movies. And if for some reason you're confused as shit by that, don't worry. This incredibly forced exposition, totally natural human talk, will clear things up.
Discount Hammond was old and came out of f***ing nowhere.
There's a first kindly old man, James Cromwell.
Not Hammond.
Hammond's best friend / business partner, who we've never been told about before.
The original Jurassic Park business partner that has never been mentioned before, but is another old man with a white beard.
So they dredge up James Cromwell, put him in a wheelchair, and say, "You're basically John Hammond. You're the kindly old man with the vision."
He has the cane.
Heels is then called by Benjamin Lockwood, John Hammond's ex-partner that helped clone dinosaurs. He was apparently some kind of right-hand man to Hammond, and they broke up before the events of Jurassic Park. Oh, you don't remember him from the other films? Well, it's because he doesn't f***ing exist. He's a discount John Hammond to make this seem like it actually fits in with the story of the first film. It doesn't.
So Claire visits this guy, Lockwood, who apparently started the dinosaur cloning with John Hammond. Pretty convenient that this is the first time we're hearing about him.
Anyway, at the mansion, Ginger Bitch meets this loser and Dr. Hammond. But not the real Dr. Hammond. We get new Dr. Hammond, who has none of the charisma or charm of the real Dr. Hammond, and he's in a wheelchair and for some reason has Hammond's amber mosquito cane. What's that? You don't remember Hammond 2.0? I mean, he's such an important, prominent figure. He was Hammond's second in command. Surely he must have been mentioned. Nope, I guess he just forgot to talk about his incredibly influential business partner that he stopped working on for unknown reasons. Yeah, they literally just made up a new character just to have an excuse to talk about Hammond in this movie. Wonderful.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Oh, Lockwood. He is not a Hammond clone. He is based on a character from the novel called Norman Atherton. In the first novel, Norman Atherton was a minor character who only got a mention in one chapter, but he left a lasting impact as he was Hammond's partner and InGen's chief geneticist in its early days, as well as Henry Wu's mentor. His greatest achievement was cloning a dwarf elephant in a project called Pachyderm Portfolio. It was thanks to that project that Hammond was able to gather his funds from the investors who got impressed by his project, and from then they went to build Jurassic Park. Of course, what the investors didn't know that Atherton couldn't replicate this little achievement, and his little elephant was known to have behavior problems, not far off from some of the dinosaurs they would make later on. Unfortunately, Norman Atherton died from heart cancer, and he didn't live to see what Hammond had in store for Jurassic Park. And knowing how much of a jerk Hammond is, there's a reason why he is not mentioned a lot. In movie canon, however, it's still like any business. Hammond and Lockwood had a disagreement and ended their partnership. And like any other business, people don't usually talk about their former partners when it comes to business. Hammond took all the credit and never mentioned his former partner and pretended he no longer existed to the point of handing his wealth and properties to someone else. Look, I work as an engineer at a bank. I know how business affiliation and partnership works. But for now, we will let this to the side and we'll get back to it later.
John Alfred Hammond, father of Jurassic Park. And of course you know that.
Oh my god, did you really just spell out who John Hammond is? Like the audience is that stupid?
No, the audience is not stupid. The movie was just being too nice to you specifically, knowing that you have a worse case of long-term memory loss than Dory. And they were worried that you were the one who forgot who John Hammond was. And yes, I said long-term, don't correct me. You know where else the exposition felt forced like it was on a tight schedule?
It then turns out that there's some young dude who works for Discount Hammond. He is the one who will organize everything for him these days, and if you saw the trailer, we already know he's evil.
Hey, I don't know about you, but I think the guy with the beard is the villain.
How do you know that?
I've read your Greek mythologies. That guy loves to mate with everything, and I do mean everything. If that doesn't say evil, then he's the biggest alpha bitch in known history.
Hammond's partner is Ben Lockwood, played by James Cromwell. By God, Babe Pig in the City wasn't kind to him.
John said it best. These creatures don't need our protection. They need our absence.
That's why we're flying in to Anal Fist Nature once more. Yep, he wants to save them and bring them to a new island to live in peace. Because all the other times we ever interfere with these bitches, it always turned out great.
And I feel like a f***ing alien in this world because there is such a thing as Site B. Remember Isla Sorna? It was the island of choice in The Lost World and Jurassic Park 3, an island with a shit ton of dinosaurs all roaming free. Does anyone want to talk about that one? Are people going to poach from that one? Are there rights to discuss about the dinosaurs on that island? Everyone in this film keeps saying that if Isla Nublar is destroyed, then the dinosaurs go extinct. But that simply isn't true. You have strong references to the classic film. You have Dr. Ian f***ing Malcolm. Enjoy the benefits you get by referencing these fan-favorite elements. But if you're gonna do that, you can't ignore your own continuity, you silly bastards. But yeah, world building isn't a thing films like to do these days. They don't even try, so f*** it. I mean, in fairness, people believe that you shouldn't consider the second and third films to be canon, and that there is promotional material to explain that they moved all the dinosaurs from Site B to A. This just adds way more universal questions to the movies, but I'm cutting that shit at the roots. It should absolutely have been mentioned in the films, so it ain't good writing, folks.
Unless the 3D model was supposed to be Site B, in which case they just opened up an entirely new can of plot holes. Because if Site B is still a thing, then why don't they just move the dinosaurs there? You can make a new park and everything, come on.
Site B exists, ya f***s. It practically undoes the entire plot of this film. You acknowledge Malcolm, but not the island he spent most of his screen time on because you just want to get people in the cinema.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Oh, Sorna. There are 2 reasons why they can't go back to Sorna. Maybe 3, but we'll get to it. The first reason is simple. Another volcano. Sorna is within an archipelago where it shows volcanic activities in form of volcanic pools. It's where that annoying Rex level from the Lost World PlayStation 1 game came from. And as confirmed in the movie, they also have a geothermal plant just like in Nublar, confirming that there are volcanic activities on Sorna, which means it's only a matter of time until the island gets a volcanic eruption of its own, thus repeating the same course of events as Nublar. The second reason is this. The ecosystem of the island is in ruins. The dinosaurs of Sorna were living great. Sorta. But the introduction of Masrani's illegal dinosaurs threw a wrench in the plan. In addition to 2 more herbivore species, as well as another carnivore, you also have the Spinosaurus who caused most of the damage. We all know the Spinosaurus was a secret hybrid and highly aggressive and displayed abnormal predatory behavior even for a carnivore. And as we saw from Indominus and the damage she caused in one day, you could imagine what the Spinosaurus could have done in years, just killing everything it sees, plant eater or meat eater, causing a huge drop of population, dead bodies everywhere that are more to handle to the carnivores, spreading diseases all around the island. All of this led to Masrani shipping all the remaining dinosaurs to Nublar, leaving the island abandoned. What happened to the Rex family or the raptors? We don't know. They might have been left to die starving with no prey to hunt, or they were killed by the Spinosaurs off-screen, or died of diseases. Which brings to a possible third reason. The dinosaurs of Sorna were dying. By the end of the Lost World novel, it was revealed that all the dinosaurs of Sorna are infected with a prion disease called DX. That disease was the result of feeding the dinosaurs ground-up sheep meat, which is noted by Sarah Harding that not even Zeus would do that. To explain how it works briefly, prions are protein fragments that are simpler than viruses, and they have to be ingested to invade the body. During Engine's development days, the carnivores were given infected meat to eat. They would then spread the illness when combies, who were bred to scavenge dinosaur dung, became carriers of this disease, and they spread it even further when they bite or scavenge other creatures, infecting them in the process. And you have other dinosaurs who scavenge on these dead dinosaurs, and they carry the disease with them and spread it even more. And as dinosaur population increases with more carnivores outnumbering the herbivores, all of them got infected. And it would be just a matter of time before every dinosaur on the island dies, ensuring a new mass extinction on the way. In the movie canon, the dinosaurs were infected with the DX disease, but according to the Dinosaur Protection Group, they were still suffering from multitudes of illnesses. Common cold virus, bumblefoot, rat tooth, bracken fern poisoning, hookworms, ticks, and rabies. And unlike wild animals, or the dinosaurs born in Sorna's nature, the dinosaurs of Nublar are basically zoo animals. And just like zoo animals, they don't get much chance when released to the wild unless they were raised to be like wild animals. The dinosaurs get too dependent on humans for food, protection, or healthcare. Especially the herbivores who lived an isolated life without knowing what a carnivore looks like or how to defend themselves, as seen with the many casualties of the Indominus Rex. During Jurassic World days, if a dinosaur is ill, the medical team would rush to cure it. But if they're in the wild and got infected, no human would be able to help them, and that only leads to spreading the illness among other dinosaurs. And assuming the DX disease exists in the movie canon, you still have the biggest threat they have: the compies. They are too small to notice and too widespread across the island, so there's a big chance Mazrani's company couldn't get all of them off the island. Maybe by the time all the dinosaurs were off Sorna, the compies population grew vastly and thrived living on all dead dinosaurs left behind. So even if all the dinosaurs were saved and returned to Sorna, the compies will just spread the disease everywhere, and you know how this will go. There's also the chance that they couldn't use the island since it was restricted, and Lockwood couldn't get access to use it by the government. In the end, Sorna was really out of question. Boy, is it amazing a simple fact check can do, right? It's like why they didn't use the eagles in Lord of the Rings from the beginning, or why Thanos didn't double the resources instead of wasting half the universe. The answers are there, you just need to put little thinking into them or look it up yourself. They didn't use the eagles because Sauron can easily see them flying from miles away, and he would just send his flying minions to them and take the ring from them. And if Thanos doubled the resources, then he has solved nothing, since by doing that he created more overpopulation and more pollution than ever and made things worse for the universe. Research! It's great for you!
Of course, there's only one person who can connect with Blue, and that's her trainer, Owen, played again by Chris Pratt.
I was Groot.
Personally, I'd go for a Lego movie reference, seeing that he's building something.
So he surprises her on the plane heading towards the island.
Franklin, weird.
I didn't think you were gonna ever show up.
Well, I have to change a million things to account for another person, supplies, rations, and so forth, but thanks for surprising me, asshole!
She was expecting him to show up. That's why she said this.
There's a charter flight leaving tomorrow morning. You're on the manifest. I just wanted to let you know.
Why would she say it if she wouldn't expect him to show up?
Do those guys even know what common sense is? Because I highly doubt that they do.
This is Maisie, Lockwood's granddaughter he cares for after his daughter died in a car crash.
I don't want a bath.
Queen's English girl. Bath.
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 You're not a wild animal.
It doesn't matter how charming an actress you are, honey. You will be the worst part of this movie.
We'll get to that later.
The T-Rex would be dead by now, right?
Oh, he's afraid of the T-Rex.
So will you when your new cat discovers what the word vet means. Be very, very scared. The cat will cut off your balls in your sleep for revenge.
Oh, how frightfully witty.
Anyway, there's these really one-note stereotype characters which I honestly wanted to get eaten by dinosaurs, the edgy tough chick, and the effeminate hacker dude.
So the next day, they all board a plane en route to the island and were formally introduced to two of the worst characters in the entire series. Goth Girl, who's an expert at dinosaur biology despite admitting that she's never seen a dinosaur before, and Black Guy, who's like, moderately okay with tech in one scene.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Okay, let me ask a good question. Why is every non-white coward or an idiot in a movie automatically makes it racist or stereotype? Maybe because I come from a different culture, but I never got that. People say Jar Jar Binks is racist because he speaks funny, yet no one said the other Gungans are racist, especially when Rogar Nass is a favorite. Must be because he's played by Brian Blessed. But that's the thing, I never saw him as a racist character, I just saw an idiot alien hadrosauride. People say skids and mudflap are racist because they can't read a dead language.
Hey, you know the glyphs? The symbols that have been rattling around in my head?
Ooh, that's old school, yo. That's Cybertronian. Oh, that's some serious stuff right there.
They gotta mean something, like a message, or like a map. Like a map to an energon source. Can you read this?
Read?
You see
Nah,
that?
we don't really do much reading. Not so much.
Well, if you can't read it, we gotta find somebody who can.
In that case, I guess I'm racist to my own people because I can't read these hieroglyphics. No, wait a minute, I'm not Egyptian, this doesn't work. Let's see, they're racist because they're gangsta wannabe?
Cause you the one.
You guys forced me into that car, right? So...
Oh, I think he's scared. Hey, Mudflap, what are we gonna do with this shrimp taco? Just bump a cap in his ass, throw him in the truck, and then nobody gonna know nothing, not me.
Well, just like every other Autobot in this series, these two found something from Earth's culture, and they liked it. Just like how the Wreckers are fans of NASCAR racing, and they made their look reflect their interests, and just like how Drift likes Japanese period movies, and he reflects that by his samurai motif, the twins found interest in gangster rap, and they wanted to become that. Remember, the Transformers of the live-action universe learned Earth's culture via the internet. Each one of them chose the part they liked and adapted it to be more familiar to it.
What's cracking, little bitches? My first lieutenant. Designation Jazz. This looks like a cool place to kick it.
What is that? How do you learn to talk like that?
We've learned Earth's languages through the World Wide Web.
If you want to blame something, blame the internet. But that's that. I didn't find them racist, I just found them as gremlin-faced bumbling idiots. And I don't know, is it fair to call them racist stereotypes when Kanye West roams this earth? Just saying. And Franklin? While I admit I did find him a bit annoying, even after knowing he is based on Arby from The Lost World, I didn't see him as a racist stereotype. I mean, since when black people are known to be cowards? I thought the stereotype is them being fearless brutes, not cowards. And if he was a coward, so what? Isn't it natural in this situation to be scared? Amanda Kirby kept screaming at everything, but I don't recall anybody saying she was an offensive stereotype. She was just annoying. What about all this crowd running from the buck? Are they all offensive stereotypes because they're running for their lives instead of doing something like punching the dinosaur in the face? Who do you think they are? Jason David Frank? Franklin is not racist. He's just a coward who later grew a spine. End of story.
It's days like these, when a dinosaur attacks, you're just like, should have stayed home.
I didn't pee before I got strapped in.
Okay.
Now I really didn't pee.
You can also do it in the
I didn't hear that, and I'm not gonna let him pee. I'll get him a water bottle in about 15 minutes.
This is when Frankie becomes a man. Yeah. What a cool job this is.
They come across their first whimsically beautiful dinosaur moment. I'm just gonna guess and say Brontosaurus because that's always the one they make whimsically beautiful. Is it weird that your dinosaur movies show very few kinds of dinosaurs?
Ah, here it is. Another moment of his epic paleontology fail moments. Brachiosaurs, or Giraffe Titan, depending if it was from America or Africa. Apatosaurs. Neither are Brontosaurs. Oh, and yes, Brontosaurus is now a separate species from Apatosaurs.
When get a load of this, that's the first dinosaur the dinosaur medic has ever seen.
Look at that. Never thought I'd see one in real life.
That's like a veterinarian never seeing an animal. Why did you bring her?
Oh, yeah, the one who's an expert on being a dinosaur vet, even though she's never seen a dinosaur.
Yes.
Yeah.
A vet who's never seen a dinosaur.
Goth girl who's an expert at dinosaur biology despite it being that she's never seen a dinosaur before.
And biology girl who is good with biology on dinosaurs despite never having seen a dinosaur in real life. The film points this out as if it totally makes sense. Okay.
For that matter, how is this bitch supposed to know what to do and when to do it when by her own admission she's never seen a dinosaur before? How can you be an expert on dino biology when you've never seen one in your entire life? Why is this movie so goddamn stupid?
This fool is terribly misinformed.
Oh, the veterinary. Say, do you have any medical students here? I don't know why I'm asking, since obviously you can't answer, and this is not a live broadcast. Doctors don't automatically work in healing their patients on day one. They study and train like any other major. Just because Zia didn't see a real dinosaur before, that doesn't mean she didn't study in veterinary before this. Are we forgetting Sattler attempting to analyze the Triceratops' sickness in Jurassic Park despite not treating a dinosaur in her life? Oh wait, the first Jurassic Park is completely flawless and nothing is wrong with it, right? Then how about Sarah and Nick treating Junior's broken leg despite not treating a dinosaur in their life before, using her past experience as a zoologist? Oh wait, you like to pretend the Lost World didn't happen, right? Everybody do the We Hate the Sequels dance! And plus, it's not like what Zia needed to do was that complicated to begin with. She is just extracting a bullet and give Blue a blood transfusion. Nothing super complex like curing her from a virus or anything. It's so simple, even Mr. Bean can do it with his eyes closed.
As they locate Blue, but open fire too early.
Star-Lord, who literally just watched as Blue tried to viciously kill the man who ended up shooting her in self-defense, rather than taking out his anger on him for provoking Blue, turns to Obvious Bad Guy, who at this point has done literally nothing and tries to attack him. Obvious Bad Guy shoots him with a tranq, which is justifiable given that Star-Lord is a muscular boy who wants to give him a hug of violence, and thus begins a scene so stupid that I was dumbstruck after watching it.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
Owen wasn't forthright to take it out quickly. He had a plan, he told them to wait for his signal, and they went against that plan and acted on their own. It's their own fault for attacking prematurely and endangering their own lives, which all resulted in nearly killing what they needed alive. If they really needed Owen's help, they'll trust the expert and let him handle the situation until he gives us word. But because they never cared for Owen or anybody else from the beginning, they had no qualm in tranking Blue in a surprise attack that would have definitely killed Owen if she didn't act quickly to take down the one who was about to shoot him from behind. And before you tell me that guy was planning to fire at Blue, the mission is taking Blue alive. What's the point of shooting her dead here? It was a planned assassination from the beginning, and Blue knew something was going to happen because she sniffed them coming before they shoot her. Oh, and what did you say about tranked animals' unpredictable behavior?
So Goth Girl runs up to Star-Lord, who she has known for about 10 minutes now, because apparently she's super worried for him after seeing this situation play out.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me a person needs to really know someone to care about their life? Wow. That's sad and a pathetic thing to say. Humans caring about each other? What a joke, right?
Then, out of fucking nowhere, she takes the pistol that for some reason is next to Star-Lord now when it was the mercenary's pistol who's like 10 feet away, and she turns the pistol toward Obvious Bad Guy. Everyone aims their guns at her when she does this, and Obvious Bad Guy looks understandably bewildered at this strange turn of events, and Goth Girl's like, "Nobody shoot me or the raptor dies." This despite the fact that literally nobody was pointing guns at her or cared about her in the first place. Now she's demanding that she not get shot while being the first one to pull a gun on them, all because Star-Lord overreacted in a perfectly justifiable situation. And now because he's paralyzed, she wants to kill the rest of them for defending themselves from Star-Lord. And Obvious Bad Guy's all like, "I'll tell you what. I'll shoot you if you don't save the raptor. So they tie her and Blue up and leave Star-Lord there. Then they betray Ginger Bitch and the Black Kid for no reason by locking them in the facility on the volcano, even though they had no idea what happened with Star-Lord, and their actions had nothing to do with it. But no, gotta kill them for no reason.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
After witnessing an obvious attempt at assassination, Zia made the right call by making the first move here and used the situation to her advantage. Remind them that their target is injured and will die without her help, thus securing her life at least.
You shoot me, and that animal dies.
I think we have the drop on you, sweetheart.
She's losing blood. And if I don't treat her, she'll never make it back to camp.
But at the same time, she wasn't at full advantage as she is still surrounded, and even after making her demand, they still threatened to kill her if she failed.
How about this? That animal dies, I shoot you. You're gonna take care of her.
If they took Owen with them, then he will spill the beans later when he wakes up and tells everybody about the betrayal. Their plan was also to lock Claire and Franklin in. They left him both inside the control room and they locked it without telling them to leave. If all of this wasn't an obvious indication that they planned to kill them all from the beginning after getting what they came for, then I don't know what it is. You do know the concept of a twist, right? Or do I need to explain how betrayal works? Or did you need the villains to say, we will betray them before all of this to happen for you to understand? Or just because you think you are movie critics, that instantly makes you able to understand everything? Don't want to spoil it to you guys, but the more you'll see of this review, the more evident that it's not the case. You know, Zia doesn't get much credit. She's one of the most competent female side characters in the series, and no one takes notice of that. Saddler failed to determine the sickness of the Triceratops, unless you count the deleted scene, in which you want to ignore since it's a deleted scene, and she was a screamer. Lex's idiocy nearly killed her and her brother, and she was a screamer. Sarah Harding idiotically ignored all common sense with animal contact and helped Nick in his eco-terrorism. Kelly did nothing of use until she used her checkout skill. Amanda Kirby was an idiot who left the Pteranodon's cage unlocked, thus enabling them to escape to Canada and landed a job for Hoskins. And she was a screamer. And Zara was too dumb to live for focusing on the wrong thing instead of paying attention to her surroundings. Zia, on the other hand, not only she remained calm when the odds were against her, but she used her brain to make the first move and she took her studies seriously that she knew how to save Blue's life. Maybe if you people start being condescending to her, then maybe she will show more gratitude.
You son of a bitch!
Cool, so a dart they just said could possibly kill a dinosaur just knocks out Chris Pratt.
That's not the case.
These are powerful sedatives. One too many and she could have respiratory failure.
What she said, that if Blue was overdosed by these sedatives, then she will die, as I explained to you since my Jurassic Park video on why they didn't sedate the raptors before moving them. And while we don't know the exact sedative used here, good thing Zia pulled the dart off before it fully empties in Owen's body.
Providing a comedically goofy moment when the volcano explodes and he has to outnumb his body to outslither the lava. While Chris Pratt pretending to be Mr. Bean playing the ground is literally lava is supposed to be funny, I believe being that close to actual lava would probably leave you looking like this throughout the rest of the movie.
Sure. Because I see those lava collectors standing fine next to active lava and none of them is burning, even with them wearing casual clothes. Also, Chris Pratt and the others did their scenes with open fire next to them. I'll do that, jerkass.
So I'll do the thing where my foot gets touched by lava, and that's what motivates me to get the roll.
Yeah, that's great.
And then maybe even a second time into the log, and it's like, oh, go, like, and I mean, it's like you got 10 seconds till you burn to death. Lava, lava.
We are shooting sequence where a baryonyx is chasing us. He has us in his sights. and there's lava everywhere.
Lava is basically a zeolite granules, which are an absorbent granule. It's the same as cat litter. It falls into the grate, so there's water in these tanks underneath, and that extinguishes it as soon as it hits the water.
Things are heating up. It's getting a whole lot hotter.
And yeah, go up, you dumbass.
I thought you wanted to die, dumbass.
Holy. Ah, yes, this movie can kill tons of people, but it can't say the S word. The cementing of the PG-13 genius continues.
My God, are you still doing this swear words and ratings joke?
Get in!
No, I have to stand still, slowly back away, and then just stare blankly at it rather than take a millisecond to step inside. They can't track you if you act really stupid.
Can you even fit inside a two-person ball? I don't think it would be comfortable anyway.
But the T-Rex makes her big entrance, which we already saw, so it's not a big deal, but man, they try to make it one.
I gotta say, it really takes an effort not using that song twice in the same review.
You know she really is a drama queen? She's like the ultimate photo bomber. I can totally see a post on her Instagram being like,
Oh my god, guys. I just happened to be roaring for no reason when a volcano totally erupted. What are the chances, right? Like and follow or I'll eat you. Bye!
To be fair, how would you react if you are an old woman with a foot in a grave who ruled over a kingdom all your life and see it just goes with the wind? I rest my case.
Star-Lord gets engulfed by volcanic smoke. I don't science, so if he should be dead here, then, I mean, cool, but, I don't know. It looks cool. That's obviously what they were going for.
Oh, the ash cloud. Okay, this one, I admit, I don't have a solid answer for it. Now yes, we all know volcanic ash clouds are dangerous, and it doesn't take a brainiac to tell you don't breathe that thing since it includes carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrochloric acid, and hydrofluoric acid. But then, when I look at real-life footage, it didn't seem that dangerous as many would say. Especially this one where the ash engulfs this truck with the windows open, but we don't hear any screams of pain, nor do we see the car burn. You have these other footages of people walking with the ash flowing, but no one is turning to fireballs. These buildings look fine, and these cars are still operational. So, volcanic ash itself is not as deadly as people put it, and Owen wouldn't have burned to the crisp the moment it reached him. He just had to hold his breath and jump to the water to cool his body. However, if it was a pyroclastic flow, then it's a different matter.
So Black Guy and Ginger Bitch roll off the cliff with Star-Lord and the dinos behind them, and chasing them all is the volcano's pyroclastic flow. So get this, Star-Lord is caught by the pyroclastic flow, and so is Ginger Bitch and the Black Guy. Then they all just supposedly fall off a cliff that looks to be roughly 200 feet tall down to the water below. Now, for those of you that don't know what a pyroclastic flow is, allow me to explain. A pyroclastic flow is a fast-moving current of hot gas and volcanic matter that moves away from a volcano at speeds up to 430 miles per hour. These gases can reach up to 1,830 degrees Fahrenheit. When I did research on this, Google even asked the question of, can you outrun them? The answer is definitively, no bitch. If you're in its path, you don't escape. In terms of what pyroclastic flows are made of, they contain a high density of hot lava blocks, pumice, ash, and volcanic gas. And like I said before, it's 1,830 motherfucking degrees. The most you've probably ever experienced is up to 100 or so, maybe give a few degrees. You realize this is 18 times hotter than the hottest temperature your body has ever been consistently exposed to. The human body cells start to die around 106 to 113 degrees. Technically, a healthy person, so long as they avoid
I never heard so much talk about nothing.
Yeah, what people think is volcanic ash, or ash cloud, is in fact a pyroclastic flow, which is not the same as the ash. This is the real danger of volcanoes. Not the slow-moving lava, it's this giant cloud of death that bursts and engulfs everything it reaches. If this is indeed pyroclastic flow, and not mere ash cloud, then yes, Owen would be cooked alive.
Hurry! Get out of here! It's a giant smoky thing!
He's Owens.
so I'm sure he'll find a way to...
Nope, he did.
Well, good thing there's water to save him from that. Sadly, I'm not a volcano nerd as I am with dinosaurs, animals, and guns. And I honestly can't tell between volcanic ash or pyroclastic flow. I'm not lying here. If it's ash, then there was no need to be too concerned. If it's pyroclastic flow, then he got away in a typical movie fashion of using fake thrills.
Tell me, has the phrase turn off your brain ever been used in conjunction with a good movie? You watched 2001: A Space Odyssey, you ever had your friends tell you to turn off your brain for it? No, if you did that, your brain would light on fire. No, the whole turn off your brain phrase is used for bad movies.
People, you're watching a movie. Even the most grounded movie you'll get to see isn't free from unrealistic approaches, and this is certainly isn't the first time a character conveniently escapes certain death.
No, Tim. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
I know some people don't take the excuse of it's just a movie, but sometimes you just have to go with it as the only explanation. At the same time, if just a movie was the most valid excuse, I wouldn't have wasted my time making these videos making my own Netflix now, would I? Though again, people treat this movie as if it's the only one that made mistakes here or there, or if this is the first time any artistic licenses were made in a movie. Artistic licenses, cliches, and tropes existed before and will exist till the end of times. Some of them are lazy writing, others are just for the rule of cool. It doesn't hurt to use some suspension of disbelief, but since you hate to use it, then allow me to try a bit of that and ask the following questions. How can skeleton characters move without muscle tissues? Why didn't the toys in Toy Story 3 burn or melt when they were near the gates of hell? How can the Transformers replicate rubber, leather, plastic, and glass when they're supposed to be all metal? How can the kids in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids breathe when oxygen molecules are too large for their lungs? How is Godzilla able to live with his massive weight not crushing his body? How did Indiana Jones appear on the cliff when we never see him jump from the tank? How is it possible for mere party balloons to lift Carl's entire house? How can Spider-Man stick to walls even though he's wearing gloves and boots? How is Batman's tiny grappling hook able to lift him? What are the logistics and economics of Star Trek if they don't use money? How could Splinter learn martial arts as a regular rat? Why don't the banks fire Jeffrey despite being openly disrespectful to them? How was Jason revived by a mere lightning strike? And what exactly is Spock's Quicksilver's powers? Is it super speed or slowing down time? If it was super speed, then why doesn't time flow normally when he's standing still? And if it was slowing time down, then Fox got his powers entirely wrong.
There's a simple explanation for that.
See? I can do the same thing here. But does that affect any of the movies I referenced? But that's the thing. The audience knows they are just artistic licenses and don't put much thought into it, and they ignore it for the most part and enjoy the movies for what they are instead of wanting for everything to be explained to them or 100% accurate to real life.
We can't leave things to people's imaginations, then they might go make an internet about it.
Here's a quote from one of the most influential authors of all times, J.R.R. Tolkien. What really happens is that the story maker proves a successful sub-creator. He makes a secondary world which your mind can enter. Inside it, what he relates is true. It accords with the laws of that world. You therefore believe it, while you are, as it were, inside. The moment disbelief arises, the spell is broken. The magic, or rather art, has failed. You are then out in the primary world again, looking at the little abortive secondary world from outside. J.R.R. Tolkien on Fairy Stories. Suspension of disbelief is an essential ingredient for any kind of storytelling. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that a magician can cut people in half without killing them. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that wrestling storylines are real. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that getting caught in an explosion won't kill you. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that you can crash through windows without hurting yourself. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that you can fall from the sky and live. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe you can blow cars by shooting bullets at them. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that humans can turn to advanced cyborgs with only their heads intact. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that cloning extinct animals is a reality. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that space travel is as simple as driving a car. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that you can survive an electric shock. Suspension of disbelief is what makes us believe that you can wear a VR set for more than 5 minutes without getting nauseous. The audience must ignore the reality that they are viewing a stage performance and temporarily accept it as their reality in order to be entertained.
This is totally weird. They've got it all wrong.
Just because something is different doesn't mean it's bad.
I'm not saying you can't make valid criticism when it's needed though. If you remember from last time, I mentioned 12 Angry Men as one of my most favorite and most influential movies of all time. But I still acknowledge the fact that it's not a flawless movie and it got some glaring plot issues, most notably the knife. According to many law practitioners, the act of bringing the knife to use as an evidence like how it was presented in the movie would normally result in a mistrial, and jurors are not allowed to do that. But just because it used that single moment of artistic licenses, does that instantly make the entire movie invalid and ignore everything else that made it so excellent? I'll leave that for you to decide. And for a shameless plug moment, if you are interested in knowing how realistic court scenes in movies and TV shows are, why don't you go and watch Real Lawyers React by Legal Eagle, where you have a real lawyer reacts and deconstructs some of the more iconic court scenes and determines if they would work in real life or not.
Oh my god. You can't have law students at a witness interview. It breaks the attorney-client privilege. That's just screaming malpractice.
This goes back to my idea of reviewers being just too negative in their criticism. You start to wonder if they had ever enjoyed a movie without questioning anything.
Let's read you. Callow. Callow's a label. Lackluster. That's just the labels. Marginal, are you kidding me? It sounds like you need penicillin to clear that up. That's a label too. These are just all labels. You just label everything. That's so lazy. You're a lazy. You're a lazy. You know what this is? You don't even know what that is. You don't. You know why? Because you can't see this thing if you don't know how to label it. You mistake all those little noises in your head for true knowledge.
Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished. There's nothing in here about technique. There's nothing in here about structure. Nothing in here about intention. It's just a bunch of crappy opinions backed up by even crappier comparisons. You write a couple of paragraphs, and you know what? None of this costs you anything. You risk nothing. Nothing.
Or, if they are so smart and know everything, why don't they try to make a movie of their own and see how perfect they can get?
Here, you take it. You take on the responsibility. I'll keep my mouth shut, that's all.
What are you getting so hot about? Calm down, will you?
No, don't tell me to calm down. Here, you want to take the chair? Just take the chair, that's all.
You ever see such a thing?
Listen, you think it's funny or something?
Forget it, fella. The whole thing's unimportant. Come on.
Unimportant? Well, here, you try.
No, nobody wants to change. You're doing a beautiful job. Sit down.
Yeah, you're doing great.
There's a reason why I don't believe in a perfect movie. You can have a good movie. You can have an excellent movie. But a perfect movie? That doesn't exist.
I have to tell you the honest truth as I see it. In this world, nothing perfect exists. It may be a cliche after all, but it's the way things are. That's precisely why ordinary men pursue the concept of perfection. It's infatuation. But ultimately, I have to ask myself, what is the true meaning of being perfect? And the answer I came up with was nothing. Not one thing.
No matter how excellent or well made, there's always going to be that one small goof that prevents a movie from reaching absolute perfectness. There's always going to be a writing issue. There's always going to be a background continuity issue. There's always going to be artistic approaches. There's always going to be factual inaccuracies. If the overall movie is excellent, and these tiny errors don't affect the overall structure or narrative, then I have no reason to overanalyze that one simple mistake while ignore everything else. And of course, different opinions prevent the achievement of perfectness. You can't have one single unified opinion on anything. No matter how perfect you think it is, you'll always find that one guy with a list of every issue he sees in that same thing. Maybe it's just me, but I'm perfectly fine with accepting good. I don't work with a rating system that says you're either the best or the worst, you don't get middle ground. I know that we should aim higher. We want excellency. But I don't treat good like it's an insult. If I like it anyway, why treat it like trash when it doesn't deserve to be treated that way? Maybe I'm basing it on my personal life where I've never been excellent at anything and the best thing I could do was average, so that's why I'm the way I am today. But in the end, we are watching movies, an evolutionary step of theatrical stage plays. Over-dramatizing is a practice that has been used in stage plays since the invention of acting. For centuries, it was the norm to see our heroes on the stage, in epics dealing with improbable situations, and face them by overacting or exaggerated body language, to thrill the audience and to give them the sense of facing a bigger-than-life world, even if it was made from backdrop paintings and flimsy masks. And if you go back and look at cinema's earlier days and how it evolved over the years, they all carry the same tradition of over-dramatizing the situations to excite their audience. From your epic speeches.
This tube is the gospel, the ultimate revelation. This tube can make or break presidents, popes, prime ministers. This tube is the most awesome goddamn force in the whole godless world. And woe is us if it ever falls into the hands of the wrong people. And that's why woe is us that Edward George Ruddy died.
To the knight fighting the dragon. And even down to your simple detective.
You took off your gloves to touch her, didn't you? Didn't you, you son of a bitch? You touched her with your bare hands, and then you put your gloves back on. But while your gloves were off, did you open all their eyes so that they could see you?
And like I said, even if you promote your movie as grounded to reality, one cannot get away from adding a little bit of exaggerations to make it less boring and more attention-grabbing. Not even those based on true events are immune from this. And if realistic approaches would be used, they tend to be for comedic approaches to say, yep, Hollywood was lying, hoo hoo.
How do they walk away in movies without flinching when it explodes behind them? There's no way! The movie industry is completely irresponsible for the way they portray explosions!
Go back to all greatest movies ever made, even to the original Jurassic Park. You'll find them including what I just mentioned. Overdramatic acting, dialogue you don't normally hear in real life, broken physics. They're all there, but people turn a blind eye on them because greatest movies ever made equals flawless, I guess. People don't want realism in their entertainment because it exists in the real world. If you made them too realistic, you get something like many of current day games. Games that are so tedious because the developers were focused on making them realistic over fun. But these are just one man's thoughts, and I'm not really the smartest guy out there. And plus, everybody knows Phalos is the only one allowed to question movie logic.
You know something, Blackbeard? You need a shave.
You did this to him, you stupid Aladdin hole!
Going back to this scene, some may compare it to the infamous fridge scenes from Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of Crystal Skulls, but I think the fridge is more ridiculous than escaping pyroclastic flow. But don't take my word, some people did make their theories on how it could work, including the theory of lasting effects from the Holy Grail. The only thing I would say makes this scene worse is if they did a fake-out death scene where they find Owen's dead body and then he miraculously wakes up after a kiss.
No, Tim. Good boy. Good boy.
Hey, hold on a second. Don't I have a scientist at hand? Oh, you finally remembered? I thought I'm having the whole day off. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, a little help here? Sad to say this, but I didn't major in geology. You're on your own here. What? But you're a scientist! And just because I'm a scientist, you think I know everything? Forget it. Why did I even bother? Hey, come here for a second. Regular volcanic ash is the one that shoots outside a normal active volcano. Pyroclastic flow is the one when the volcano erupts and shoots lava. It was a moment of artistic licensing. I hope this clears the confusion. Don't hold my head though. He's telling me how the buck tap.
We then get, to the film's credit, the only good suspenseful scene where Claire and Franklin almost drown.
Oh, okay.
But maybe I love it because Claire and Franklin almost drowned.
And for added protection, each vehicle is surrounded by aluminum oxynitride glass. So tough, it can stop a 50 caliber bullet.
So tough, it can stop a 50 caliber bullet.
So tough, it can stop a 50 caliber bullet.
Oh, the gyrosphere. Okay, I have to admit, I made a mistake when I first made this research. Initially, I mixed it up between a 50 cal, aka 50 Magnum, and the 50 BMG, aka 50 Browning. And I was going to use this clip to confirm that Jimmy Fallon made his own mistake.
Oh yeah, it went right through it. Blew up the water. Messed it all up.
Luckily though, I caught up to my little error and went back to the drawing board. And guess what? This scene still works, but for different reasons. There's a trope called reality is unrealistic. It's when you see something you believe to be exaggerated or unrealistic or wouldn't happen in real life, but in actuality quite accurate.
Apparently there's a brick inside these newspapers. Yeah, all full of bricks. Now I feel really bad for this paperboy for carrying such a heavy load. But seriously, can you break a window with a newspaper? Can't say I ever tried it.
Okay, so it's possible.
Allow me to deconstruct this scene for you. First, the bulletproof glass. When people hear this term, they think the glass is impenetrable. That's not entirely accurate. It's more like bullet-resistant glass. Sometimes it's a mixture of glass and plastic, depending on what material used.
Yeah, well, last season, Jimmy, we protected ourselves from a whole bunch of our experiments using this quarter-inch polycarbonate, which you told us all was actually bulletproof, and it's not.
I don't recall it that way. You know, that was quarter-inch polycarbonate, and I never said that quarter-inch was bulletproof.
Oh, I believe that the very next cut in this segment is you saying bulletproof from last season.
It'll stop a bullet, it'll stop all sorts of shrapnel, and I just love this stuff.
Well, not exactly.
It'll stop a bullet.
The glass doesn't deflect bullets, it stops it. And you can see from Jimmy Fallon's video that the glass still shattered, but it held the bullet in place. Though I have to point out that it's not fully accurate either, ignoring the fact the gun he uses actually shoots 44 Magnum and not 50 as he claims. Ballistic glass is usually comprised of multiple layers, while the one used for the gyrosphere looks too thin in comparison.
Well, what were you thinking? It can't stop a bullet, so it's not bulletproof.
That plastic is a bulletproof plastic when it's used in appropriate thicknesses and arrangements.
Here's what happens when you fire a 50 cal bullet using Smith & Wesson Model 500 in an appropriate presentation. As you can see, not only it went through the first thick layer of glass, but it was stopped by the second thicker layer. That's an indication that the glass used for the gyrosphere was not as resistant as they advertised it to be. Like, it's the same thickness as the quarter-inch plastic sheets used in Mythbusters, and as you can see here, it did not stop the 22 cal use here, which is even smaller than the 9mm bullet.
Not even remotely bulletproof.
The glass used for the gyrosphere is made of aluminum oxynitride, or alon for short, nicknamed transparent aluminum after the material from Star Trek. In real life, it is composed of aluminum, oxygen, and nitrogen, and is designed to be lighter and stronger than regular ballistic glass for commercial use. According to actual tests, it takes 1.6-inch thick alon sheet to stop a 50 BMG round. But once again, as seen in the movie, the sheet looks way too thin to be the standard protective thickness. Though again, you need to ensure that your visitors are really protected, so in typical infomercial style, the product's qualities are exaggerated. Now, can the 9mm bullet itself do the same? The answer is yes. Even a 9mm round can damage it. Like I said, this glass is not bulletproof, it's bullet resistant. That's how it works. And as you just saw from this demonstration, that's the damage made with this distance on a thicker layer than the gyrosphere's body. Owen fired his gun point blank on a thinner layer of glass, so it would make sense to be able to penetrate it. Of course, this is all guesswork, because as far as my research went, I couldn't find official schematics telling the exact thickness of the glass used here. Not in the official website, nor in the Jurassic Park Wikipedia. Though I did find out that the gyrosphere is programmed to avoid contact with the dinosaurs if they got too close, making this joke really stupid in hindsight. There's another point many people don't bring up about this scene, and that is the gyrosphere's degradation over time. This sphere was left out in the open for years, exposed to direct sunlight, heat, and humidity without any sort of maintenance, and that ignoring any contact done by the dinosaurs in this area. Glass, plastic, and metal can degrade and deteriorate over time. Even ballistic glass in banks and other facilities that uses it needs to be maintained and replaced over time, even if it wasn't damaged. When you put all that to consideration, then I believe this scene is plausible. Again, without knowing the exact thickness of these things, I can't give a solid answer.
Well, there goes that suspension of disbelief.
So they walk there in seconds and find the men are kidnapping the dinosaurs for their own terrible means.
We're just button it up and we'll tow it on. Let's go!
Continue to be late 90s Disney villains and talk about how you're only interested in the money.
Tarzan was in 1999, so he's not wrong. But Atlantis, the Lost Empire, was in 2001, so he is not right.
I want that money in the bank by the time I get back. I want that bonus. We got the blue one. I want my bonus!
Ugh. This is what I hate about the lower classes. They just don't understand why we love money and why it's good.
Oh, and be sure to take an evil trophy to add to your evil collection, even though a freaking volcano is exploding and seconds count.
You're gonna feel that when you wake up.
This'll make a great necklace for my woman's suit.
Lazy references are lazy. I liked Manhunter better than Red Dragon. Don't know why, but I felt like saying that. Even though Ted Levine was in The Size of the Lambs and not Red Dragon.
Isn't that the lady who owned the park we were just sent to pillage?
But she's got a new hat.
Oh, of course, yeah. Then why is nobody recognizing those two? They don't have mind-cloaking hats like she does. They were pretty high up in the mission's totem pole.
Okay, I have two explanations for that. The first being, not everyone involved in the operation was in the assassination plot, so they didn't react to Claire's group's presence, and they generally waited for their return. The second is, since this is a big crowd, you can't really keep up with everyone involved. Hell, I don't know every face from where I work in real life. Is that a bad thing to say?
In keeping with the film's flawlessly constructed tone, the dinosaurs that were trying to kill everybody and you were supposed to be afraid of were immediately supposed to feel sorry for now. Wow, it's like that incredibly smooth transition they had in the first film.
Can I touch it?
Sure. Just think of it as kind of a big cow.
It's a roller coaster of emotion. That's not yet finished, but you're writing anyway.
Why? Is dinosaur automatically means killer to you? You don't know there are peaceful herbivores? Nah, I'm kidding. Remember, this is the same guy who can't tell between a crab and a turtle. Yes, he's that much of an idiot. I'm surprised he knew what a cat is and didn't think this is a chick.
Oh, come on. How pathetic can you get when an animal knows your culture better than you do?
And yay, dumping on an emotional scene that left everyone, including those who didn't like the movie, in tears. Classy.
Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, man, it was so much fun. But I have to ask you, with the Brachiosaurus, why did you have to do that to my emotions? Why did you do that to me?
Well, exactly because the same reason, for the same reason you're asking me that question, you know, for the impact that created on you. And I think somehow it's that moment reflects the ending of a dream. It's the ending of Isla Nublar, the park, you know. It had to be effective in order to pay tribute and justice to the idea we were trying to tell. It had to create that impact.
Also hypocritical for reusing the same joke again from a previous review for a movie you criticize for not doing anything new.
What have we become? After all, we're going after innocent creatures like this. Or this. Or even adorable this.
Truly, we are the savage animals! Our heroes find Zia and try to help her fix up Blue, who is injured. She says Blue needs a blood transplant, and the only one that'll work is, of course, from the T-Rex. Okay, I don't know much about dinosaurs. And judging by the fact she's never seen one, I don't think she does either, but is getting the blood from two very different animals the same? If a cat is injured, would blood from a lion work just as well? Chaplin, what do you think? Boom!
They give the T-Rex blood to Blue. Okay, I get that the T-Rex and the Velociraptor might be kind of related, and because they're all genetically modified from the same shit anyway, they probably have somewhat similar DNA. So maybe I'm wrong on this, but there's still two different species. Wouldn't Blue's immune system reject the T-Rex blood, like, immediately? What the f***?
Anyway, they need to get a transfusion for Blue since she's bleeding out still, and then there's some dialogue that actually happens that this is dialogue from the film, okay? Biology Girl says you have to get a carnivore because only carnivore blood will work, and it has to be one with 2 or 3 fingers. Why? Is it because those requirements means that the subject has to be the T-Rex? If we ignore the fact that they clearly wrote this to involve the T-Rex in a fan-servicey way, how in the world does the T-Rex blood work on a Velociraptor exactly? Wouldn't the raptor's blood reject the shit out of that, since they're completely different species? Whoa, this whole film is so well written.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
Oh, the blood transfusion. Xenotransfusion. That's what they call this procedure. And yes, it's not unheard of. And yes, it has been tested on different species and it was effective on multiple occasions. However, it can only work once and it's too risky to do a second time. If it's to be done a second time, there would be huge complications like red blood cells breaking down or severe allergic reactions depending on the receiver's immune system. Once the foreign blood is transferred to the receiver body, it will produce antibodies to reject the new blood and will recognize it as foreign cells. The second time you attempt to do a xenotransfusion, there's a high chance it will be fatal. In the end, this procedure should be a last resort if no alternatives were present, and it's to stabilize the animal when it's in shock status. Short version is, yes, it's possible, but not without risks if done wrong. In universe though, was using the Tyrannosaurus really the only option? Well, yes. As Zia stated, the Velociraptor and the Tyrannosaurus are the most compatible since they both belong to the Tyrannoraptora clade. The Allosaurus and the Baryonyx were out of the question because they belong to a different clade. But what about the Gallimimus or the Compsognathus? They're closer to the Velociraptor, so why didn't they go with them instead of taking a risk of getting Roberta's blood? Another simple answer. They couldn't use the Gallimimus because not only is it smaller and hidden in a smaller cage that wouldn't allow Owen and Claire to hide while they take the blood, but also unlike Roberta, she was taken wide awake and not sedated. She'll make a lot of noise. They couldn't use the Compsognathus because they are too small to take the blood from them. They'll need to suck a whole pack dry to get the sufficient amount they need. Looking at these circumstances, going to Roberta is the best option. She's big, she's sedated, and she's kept in a place they can hide while they undergo the procedure. What? Told you these are simple answers.
As you may have noticed, I'm a big fan of a lot of artwork.
Not interested.
Back at Lockwood's house, Maisie sees 2 men in suits talking business. Ooh, well this would entice any 7-year-old's attention. Gotta check this out.
Or she's concerned after she was yelled at by Mills after hearing him say some suspicious stuff earlier.
No more delays, okay? If we don't get those animals, not now, Maisie, thank you. If we don't get those animals,
I
said not now!
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking to someone who actually pays attention to what he's talking about.
In one word, ouch.
Our geneticists have created a direct descendant, the animal that took down Jurassic World. It follows human command.
Ah, you're making another dinosaur based on the one you couldn't control before that destroyed an entire park. I see no problems here. Proceed.
It's the same shit as the last one. We have a genetically altered dinosaur again.
So anyway, they have apparently created a brand new dinosaur to rival the Indominus Rex called the Indoraptor. It's the Indominus Rex, but smaller and without the ability to camouflage or the ability to be undetectable thermally. Also, it has a yellow stripe. How is this an improvement? Well, he goes on to say that thanks to Star-Lord's research, it follows human commands. I can't wait to see how they're going to explain that nonsense.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
The Indoraptor was foreshadowed in the previous movie. You idiots.
Imagine that one, fraction of the size, deadly, intelligent, able to hide from the most advanced military technology. A living weapon unlike anything we've ever seen.
Meanwhile, back at Lockwood's, I guess, big surprise is made. Dr. Wu is helping them weaponize the dinosaurs.
Blue's DNA will be part of the next Indoraptor's makeup.
When did this guy go from just the person next to the dinosaur eggs to the world's biggest DNA splicing supervillain? I'll tell you exactly when. This nod. That nod was up to something.
Or, you know, from the previous movie.
The board will shut down this park, seize your work, everything you've built. And Hammond won't be there to protect you this time.
All of this exists because of me. If I don't innovate, somebody else will. You are acting like we are engaged in some kind of mad science. But we are doing what we have done from the beginning.
Hey, look, they like each other again. Yeah, seeing how their chemistry made no sense and was out of nowhere in the last movie, I guess it makes sense to do it once more.
I refer to my Jurassic World response where I explain their relationship.
And this is all really stupid. And yet it only gets worse.
But wait, this is a movie starring douchey hipsters. Painfully forced Trump joke.
Take your own damn samples.
What a nasty woman.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm sorry, Stephen Colbert, SNL, and countless internet memes. You need to retire. Jurassic World has won the battle of political commentary. And here everybody thought Fahrenheit 11/9 would be the film to bring Trump down. Okay, nobody thought that, but nevertheless, Jurassic World has beaten you to the punch. Oh, thank you so much, writer of Monster Trucks. You have given us a voice.
Have you ever stopped for a moment and asked yourself, what talents are you invested in or willing to support in however you want? The internet is filled with millions, if not billions of real talents, that sadly you can't follow all of them. You have someone like Saberspark, who will educate you with the history of animation studios and cartoon channels and entertain you with the most bizarre movies he finds from the darkest corners of the internet. You have someone like Gaijin Goomba, who puts the fun in learning about global cultures. You have George Rockel Schmidt, who will give you interesting topics while mesmerizing you with his lava lamp. You have Jim Sterling, with an ego so awesome you don't dare to say he's wrong. You have some groups like Team 4-Star, who started as guys doing fan dubs for fun, who grew up to work with the companies that they were parodying and turned to professional voice actors in their level. You have people using their own profession to educate people about what they know from movies and TV shows. And you have this guy and his... I don't know what to say about his questionable talents that I covered multiple times now. All I know, it just makes me weep from the inside how the likes of him and the Paul brothers get all the fame from doing garbage content. Actually, scratch that. Logan Paul had the decency to make an apology. That's right. Logan freaking Paul, who won the award for being the worst rating cosplayer in the world, is a more decent person than Doug Walker. I said it. It might have been for good PR, but at least he tried, unlike some people. And oh god, I can't believe I just said that. Ugh.
That was nasty.
Back to the review.
They get the dinosaurs to Lockwood's house. somehow not making any noise for Lockwood or his servants to hear. Hey, I guess if they made this dinosaur dungeon an auctioning house under his nose all this time, they must just have really quiet workers. And they got the dinosaurs in their cages.
John Hammond's best friend, James Cromwell, super rich guy in a giant mansion. Underneath the giant mansion, there's a secret elevator to an underground Rick Sanchez layer of super technological stuff under the house, right?
Which is, yeah, large enough for not only a giant genetics lab, but also cages for dinosaurs.
Which I guess James Cromwell never heard roar. They must have some really good soundproofing in between the
yeah, he's oblivious to all this until the scene where he's not, and it's never explained.
Yeah, he somehow is aware of it, but we'll get into that in a minute. But
anyways, instead of taking the dinosaurs to the new island, they take them to Lockwood's mansion, which is equipped with a lab and a bunch of cages because this is apparently where it all began. So do the cages mean that they were actually making the first dinosaurs in here? I don't know, maybe this is just me, but if I decided to start bringing dinosaurs back to life, probably wouldn't pick my basement. Imagine discussing that one with the contractor. Yeah, so I'm looking to finish the basement, you know, make it kind of a man cave type deal. Not so much man cave though, more dinosaur prison.
I mean, come on, we have a secret lab under the mansion that has diabolical secrets that could alter the course of the human race. But no, a f***ing 11-year-old girl can just accidentally wander into it. I should also mention that f***ing Hammond 2.0 doesn't know that this secret lab or all the dino cages beneath it actually exist. So this whole f***ing thing is happening in his own home and he has no idea about any of it.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Oh, the lab. It makes sense that Lockwood wouldn't hear anything going on. As I stated, Lockwood is based on Norman Atherton from the first novel, who was a pretty minor character that was only mentioned for exposition purposes. In the lore, the character was the chief geneticist in Ingen's early years and Wu's mentor. He was the man who cloned dwarf elephants for Hammond to use to show Ingen's genetic capabilities to investors in a project called Pachyderm Portfolio. And that backstory was used here according to Colin Trevorrow. Though not entirely.
In the basement of this house, Dr. Wu and John Hammond cloned the first baby elephants and then moved on to dinosaurs.
Instead of Lockwood working with Hammond, it was Wu who cloned baby elephants using Lockwood's lab before they moved to clone dinosaurs.
This is where it all began. Before the island, Sorna, Jurassic Park, all of it. Hammond and Lockwood built a custom lab in the sub-basement, extracted the first DNA from amber right beneath our feet.
Obviously, they would need some place to put their future dinosaurs in. And since Lockwood built a lab that would house such loud animals in secret, then obviously he would design the mansion in a way to soundproof the lab so the outsider won't hear random animal noises from out of nowhere and discover his little secret. And that's how Lockwood is not aware of the dinosaurs hidden under his nose, because he built the place to do just that. Leave all the noises of the lab secret and well hidden, and males exploited that here. The Indoraptor was kept hidden in a dark corner away from Lockwood's eyes and ears. And if some of you wonder how Lockwood wasn't aware that his lab was in use in the past 3 years, do I really need to explain it to you? Mills obviously lied to him. He probably told him the lab would be in use for the benefit of the dinosaurs on the island and juggled his feelings using Hammond's memory as the motive to work without telling him the exact motive. He probably told him it's for a project, but didn't specify what kind of project. After all, Henry Wu was working there, and he knew who he was from the old days. Oh, and Lockwood was aware that he brought the dinosaurs to his house. That's why he called him later to talk him about it.
Did you really think you could get away with it? In my own house.
You entrusted me to guide your fortune into the future. I have done that.
Damn you!
Yes, he believed Maisie, but why he said he'd talk about it in the morning? It's a well-known adult tactic. Lie to the worried child and tell them everything will be alright to ease them from their concern. Every parent had done this at least once in their parenthood life. I'm pretty sure even your parents did the same to you when you were children.
Is everybody dead? No, everyone is fine.
Don't lie to him.
He's scared. It's okay to lie when people are scared. Danny, I want you to come with me right now, okay? Show me your room.
And hold on a second. We have a Gothic-style mansion situated in the mountains, in the middle of the woods. There's a secret high-tech lab in its basement, and in that lab, they make super advanced bioweapon monsters. Something about it sounds familiar. Hey, Tyrant, what do you think? Yeah, I know. It's in the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite recall it.
So anyway, the bad guy doesn't call the cops and kills Lockwood. Meanwhile, Owen and Claire are found out and captured.
Hello. You should have stayed on the island.
Grab him by the pussy, men. Build a wall to keep him locked up.
Shut up!
Maisie ironically uses the trick that the Raptors use in the Jurassic Park parody from the Critic, proving this pretty much is a parody of a parody. And even then it seems pointless because she climbs out of a window a moment later. Well, why didn't you just have her climb out of her bedroom window to save time? No wonder we still have an hour left. Stop writing pointless shit.
That's what she did, you idiot! She took the key to unlock her door, but she saw Gal standing outside her room and went to her window so they wouldn't spot her.
Last time I checked, I thought your species was the smart one.
Oh, trust me, we are not as smart as we think we are.
So the auction begins as all the world's most darkly dressed supervillain leaders come to bid on the Flintstones garage sale. Meanwhile, they bring out the leftover wrecks and tell them it's not being bid on because it's only a prototype. Then why are you showing it? Are you trying to cement your place in the ever-growing dinosaur auction market? I feel like you got the seal on this for a while.
20 million! 21!
They bid on it anyway, which once again is a pointless scene because Owen comes in to stop them. Again, you could have cut that and not miss shit.
Let's put it out on the auction block just to show them.
We're not going to auction it off, but we're just going to put it out there for no reason.
They have no like solid concrete plan.
Yeah, and then people start bidding on it,
Yeah.
and so they're like, "Oh, this is good."
And then they show them like in a like a cartoony shot, they're like hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just like a ticker, like a spreadsheet that's just like constantly adding up money.
It's so dumb.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
Oh, the auction. You guys never seen a real auction, haven't you? And no, I don't mean eBay auctions. Luckily, there are clips of real auctions available online, like the auction of Leonardo da Vinci's Salvator Mundi that was held in New York on November 15, 2017, that sold for $450 million, making it the current most expensive artwork sold in history and soon to be displayed at the Louvre of Abu Dhabi. Look at the people bidding here as well as the announcers. Why, don't they look exactly as the characters we see in the movie? People laughed at the people here saying they're stereotypical rich people and making evil mustache jokes, but in reality, that's the kind of people attending these events in real life. What, you expect them to be in their casual street clothes or something out of a cheap Discovery Channel reality show? Don't want to ruin it for you people? Well, these shows are staged, you know that? Some had also complained that the bidding prices are too low for the dinosaurs.
We then see the auction is in full effect and the assets are being sold for millions. Wait, millions? I honestly would expect these things to sell for a hell of a lot more considering every aspect of what they represent and how difficult they are to acquire, but there we are. Not going to focus on that. Not a dinosaur salesman, just a YouTube scientist.
Even when Hammond 2.0's son starts telling him he can make upwards of $100 million that very night, the guy's like, that's pocket change.
I estimate 4 million per species.
4 million is a slow Tuesday where I'm from.
Except once again, that's how auctions work. You don't start with the big guns from the start. They start with the minor stuff that don't get much demand but still have their own worth because everybody knows the valuable stuffs are coming later and they'll save their money for that moment. Also, by starting with a low price, it encourages the bidding war and allows for more participants to take part in.
If you want to create an addict, you have to give him a taste.
It's even more prominent when the bidders are given the full list of auctioned items, so they choose from the start what they're going to bid on and ignore everything else.
Anyways, they start auctioning off the dinosaurs to rich people because I guess some of them want them as pets or to use them as weapons.
They will be here tomorrow, and your buyers won't be disappointed. Trust me, whatever their interest, agricultural, industrial, sport hunting, we will have something to suit them. 11 species, each with unique biopharmaceutical properties.
And these guys are development rep for Aldaris Pharmaceuticals.
Great.
And the guy in the beard, he's a proxy for Gregor Adelrich, Slovenian arms dealer. Our equine buyers. Moran Magnus and Oral Magnus in Houston.
What's their interest?
Strictly personal. His kid wants a baby triceratops.
And once again, we didn't see the entire auction happening. For all we know, the Apatosaurus, Triceratops family, or even Roberta would bring millions, if not billions, because they are the most famous dinosaurs in history. And while we're on this subject, let's talk about the villains for a bit.
Anyway, why does a movie about dinosaurs need greedy corporate bad guys?
That's not to mention the goddamn villain for the film. You kill Discount Hammond because you like money. Motivations and the character, everything's just shit.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Because the franchise always had greedy businessmen from the beginning. John Hammond was your first greedy businessman of the franchise. An old jerk who cared for nothing but profits. His greed blinded him from security issues and the danger of bringing back some of the most savage creatures to the modern world. And when the catastrophe of the park occurred, with many people ended up dead by his little project, he blamed everybody but himself. He blamed all his staff for being incompetent, focusing on the wrong things and their lack of vision, when it was him who cut corners all the time by not spending anything for proper security measurements for the park. He was so delusional, he immediately went to plan for his next park on another island and going back to his embryo storage to do all over this again, all the while Malcolm was dying next to him. He was so nasty, he hated his grandchildren's presence and commented that bringing them was a mistake that destroyed the island. And for all of this, it was rewarding to see his life ended by the things he was trying to exploit for profit and fame. It was poetic death. Next you have Louis Dodgson, the guy from Engine's rival and the one who blackmailed Nedry to sabotage the island's security system. In The Lost World, we see that not only Dodgson was more corrupted than Hammond and his plan was to steal dinosaur eggs from the parents, but he was this close to commit straight-up murder people to gain his desires. Considering his actions for 2 books, it was even more satisfying to see him turn to food for the Tyrannosaurus babies, just like the ending of A Bug's Life. Mills is practically a combination of the worst traits of both Hammond and Dodgson. A greedy businessman who throws logic and common sense aside when he sees an opportunity to gain a quick buck.
What are you doing? This animal is not for sale. Look, if you want to create an addict, you have to give him a taste. He's a prototype. Look, this prototype is worth $28 million right now.
And holds the honor of being the very first cold-blooded murderer in the entire franchise, making the darkest and most evil character of them all. So naturally, we want him to die a horrible, painful death for all of his crimes.
I think that the more important is the bad guy, the better should be the scene where they die.
Compare him to previous characters. Movie Hammond was a naive, delusional old man with poor judgment skills, but he wasn't evil. Gennaro was fulfilling the greedy businessman part who points out investor satisfaction and the many ways to make profit, and he was a coward who ran away leaving the kids to die alone, but he wasn't necessarily evil. Nedry was the closest thing to a villain in the movie, and all he did was sabotage and thievery for reasons we don't know, but he didn't murder anyone. And Dodgson was just there. Please bring Biosyn back for the final movie. In The Lost World, we had Peter Ludlow being the greedy businessman, but unlike Noble Dodgson, he didn't think of murdering anybody and had no ill will to any other character and was willing to cooperate with Malcolm and his group to leave the island. And while capturing the dinosaurs for his zoo is morally wrong, he wasn't doing anything illegal. The dinosaurs were still Engine's properties, so it's not like he was stealing them or anything. Ludlow's arc from start to finish was basically trying to prove that he's not like Hammond and won't repeat his mistakes. Roland Tembo was the great white hunter who wanted to hunt the Tyrannosaurus to get the sense of pride and accomplishment, but at the same time, he was one of the most rational and most professional characters in the entire movie and cared strongly about the safety of his men, and he was the first one to lend his hands to help the enemies. So, while he's doing a dirty business, he wasn't evil outside his working hours. Though some had theorized that he used Sarah's jacket as bait to lead the Tyrannosaurus to them to give him an opportunity to kill him.
That's no good.
Meanwhile, you have Dieter Stark, who was established as a jerk who hurts animals over nothing, so it was only a matter of time before he gets what he deserves. In Jurassic Park 3, in Jurassic World, we have Hoskins as the human antagonist, but when you think about it closely, he wasn't that evil either. Yes, he wanted to weaponize the raptors, and he did anyway, but it wasn't solely for personal gain. He was still working for Jurassic World, and he had the public safety at interest. And even after taking the raptors without Owen's consent, he didn't take him hostage or lock him out. They still worked together to take down the common enemy. Hell, he didn't abuse any of the raptors either because he knows how important they are to be in complete health. The worst thing he did was hiding the truth about Indominus and raptor training program, but that was it. In Fallen Kingdom, we finally get real villains. People who don't care about human lives. They care about their personal gains and they're willing to dirty their hands to do so, either by straight up lying to them, leaving them to die, or cold-blooded murder. And that makes them stand out in comparison to every other antagonist we had in this franchise. This is the first time we had these kinds of people here on the big screen, and they still work within the established lore and recurring themes of the franchise. But we, who know this franchise very well, knew how true to text they are to what we had in the books. We don't mind them because we were already familiar with their kind and it's not new to us. In fact, it was about time we had them adapted here as they were depicted by Michael Crichton's original concepts. And isn't that the point of adaptations? To convey the original ideas to different mediums? These movies are still based on established source materials, so it's more fitting to go back to them and look at what hasn't been shown or used in previous movies. The followers of these novels still deserve to have something for them, and it's unfair to exclude them just because those who aren't familiar with the source material want to get them. In fact, by including these little additions shows the amount of work the writers had done, and they knew who the real target audience that will appreciate it.
Owen has an idea, though, for how to get out of their cell. Oh yeah! Oh shit, now we're screwed. That thing's gonna kill us. Totally gonna kill us.
Yes, I know. He's racing against you dinosaurs. He never understood you and he never will.
Of course, dumbass goes into the cage of, I guess the best thing to call it is Coke 3-osaurus. To what else? Get a tooth for his tooth collection. What follows is amazingly not the stupidest thing in the movie.
What a pity! You just activated my trap card.
Wait a minute, buddy. Your trap card? What made you think it was your plan?
Where there's a dragon, you'd bet I'd be there.
But I'm not a dragon.
Wait, you're not a dragon? What a ripoff! I'm gonna play with real dragons, thank you very much.
Who was that guy anyway?
She smiled at the camera! She goddamn smiled at the camera! It's official! We're in a Weird Al video! We are seconds away from this thing just straight up talking!
I have no words.
Here's a little secret. Indoraptor didn't kill Wheatley because he wanted a tooth. He killed him because he assumed his gender behind the scenes.
What a good girl. Oh, she's a good girl. Yes, a good girl.
Okay, unlike last time where he stupidly called the Indominus Rex a big raptor, the Indoraptor is a big raptor. Though I don't know, calling it a hybrid between Indominus and a Velociraptor, isn't it like saying a centaur that's hybrid between a centaur and a horse? I love the Indoraptor, or Ripper as some like to call him. While Indominus was like a raging wild animal, Indoraptor is really evil. I do like his design. It's not just a downscaled Indominus, and he has slightly modified features to make him look different enough. Especially that he's modeled with horror movie monsters in mind, but still not monsters looking to look out of place for this universe.
The first time I thought about Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, I thought about what was my first reaction watching the very first Jurassic Park.
Turn the light off!
And I remember the fear of being in front of a T-Rex. and the suspense of the kitchen scene with the velociraptors. And Colin was wanting to have a bigger sense of suspense in Fallen Kingdom.
The whole movie was building to a Monster in a House movie. And we had a vision of a little girl in her bed with the covers pulled up tight with little kind of starry lights that your kids have in their bedroom.
When this idea of doing this like feral creature came and make this the villain creature of the story, the monster, the first reference for J.A. was Dracula.
When I was a kid, one scene that provoked nightmares for months was Frank Langella playing Dracula in John Badham's version. And I remember Frank Langella crawling down and sneaking in through the window, upside down. From the moment I read that on the script, the Indoraptor is sneaking in through Macy's window, I thought it was the same idea, and I wanted to bring back that fear that I had. That scene is a homage to John Badham and that version of Dracula.
Action.
I love making movies.
He's crawling at the bed! It's one of my favorite scenes in the movie, if not my favorite. That simplicity of a scared little child and a vicious dinosaur in a tight, confined space, I think is incredible.
The Indoraptor, obviously, taking elements of dinosaurs we know were real, such as velociraptors, and dinosaurs that were already genetic, such as the Indominus Rex on the last film, and inventing a new dinosaur from scratch was incredibly exciting.
A lot of it came from early animation tests, seeing what looked scary, and then conversations with Jay about trying to find that personality for Indoraptor.
J.A. started to bring references from Nosferatu. Very specifically, the front teeth and the long claws are definitely referencing the Nosferatu character.
And I know the dumbass critic wants to see real monsters-looking dinosaurs, and while something like the Ultimasaurus looks cool, but only as a toy. Having such bizarre monster like that would not fit Jurassic Park, and the makers were all about it ever since they used the Spinosaurs in Jurassic Park 3.
The Spinosaur was one of my favorite dinosaurs to design because it's huge. It's bigger than a T-Rex. It's got a head of a crocodile, basically, and this giant fin sail on its back. So the challenge was to make that look real and not monster-like.
I also like to think with the quills and the color stripe as a throwback to the males of Jurassic Park 3. Though I have to say, I wish it showed more of his status as a flawed clone. It is there with flaked scales across his body, but it's too subtle to notice. Early designs showed more emphasis on the body horror, like this one with his face covered in warts.
To take the Indoraptor and look at that as a further genetic experiment is a really exciting possibility. And the idea that this is not necessarily 100% successful, we're seeing degrading of skin or flaking of scales.
But I guess they needed him to look normal to sell as a regular dinosaur. Then again, that didn't stop them from releasing dinosaur toys with battle damage. But when the design doesn't show his ill status, his body language and physical quirks compensate for that.
J.A. also introduced a very interesting concept, which is that this dinosaur is not a finished product. So there's all sorts of imperfections that were pretty exciting to bring to life. He has all sorts of facial tics.
It was an interesting challenge trying to figure out how to portray involuntary twitches and tics, where the head would sort of twitch in an odd, uncomfortable way, and the shoulders would twitch in sort of a strange way, and just creating this sort of uncomfortableness when you were watching the character on screen.
And will someone give him some cough drops? The Indoraptor was also going to have a white sister, but they decided not to, and that's for the best, as it would make him even more of a copy of Indominus. Though if there is a deleted scene I wish they had kept, is this scene where he plays with the human skull and explain why his cage is so dark, which would also foreshadow Wheatley's death.
The first Indoraptor scene that was cut from the film had the beast playing with a man's skull inside of its cage, inferring that the animal had already dined on human flesh far before it was released in this movie's second act. Now, the story behind this deleted scene can be found inside of the junior novelization that has been released to accompany the film, but it's also been described by one of Fallen Kingdom's concept artists, who you can find on Instagram as Jama Drabev. Apparently, there was supposed to be a scene where someone would ask why the Indoraptor's cage is dark, and the explanation was going to be that at one point in time, it indeed had a light, but when the light bulb went out, a technician made his way into the cage in order to replace it. That same technician never came out. We were supposed to get a line of dialogue here that told us this was how Eli Mills and the others figured out that it took 3 tranq darts to sedate the new Indoraptor, which means it would have been used as a little bit of foreshadowing to Wheatley's death, wherein he shoots 2 darts into the animal before it fakes its own defeat.
I'm awesome. Sorry, ladies, but we all know who the real winner is.
If you have a gun with a laser pointer on it that you're aiming at your target, why do you need then a dinosaur to run at your target?
Is revealed to have a lasing target system that allows it to... Hang on. They have a gun. It shoots a laser. The laser has to target something, and then they hit a button, and it makes it so that the Indoraptor goes insane and tries to kill whatever that laser was pointing at. So this is going to have military applications. This is what you consider to be following human commands. Alright. What the
So here's the premise, right? You point a gun that has a laser sight on it at a target, and then you hit this button that makes a super annoying noise, and the yellow boy attacks the painted target. This is the single stupidest thing I've ever seen a movie trying to make a serious point out of. You are holding a gun. Why don't you just pull the trigger and shoot the thing you're painting?
The movie didn't even know what it was doing with its own creation.
Oh, the gun. What if I told you it makes a whole lot of sense to have it around? Yes, you can shoot your target with that gun, but that's not what it is for. That gun is meant to be the leash of the Indoraptor. Remember last time when the raptors turned against the humans when they thought they had the upper hand against the Indominus Rex? Now imagine the Indoraptor got out of control in a similar manner, and went straight to kill the controller. How would the controller react if he was under attack? Using the same gun he's holding in his hands, either by distracting it to go after another target, or in worst case scenario, shoot it down. Now yes, we do see in the movie that the caliber of the assault rifle used here was not strong enough to kill it. But here's something everybody needs to remember about this Indoraptor. He is a flawed prototype.
He's a prototype.
He is the first in line of his species, and it hasn't been perfected, and it hasn't even been out for a field test. As far as we know, no one tried to shoot it down using that same caliber, since there was no need for them to try, as he was never left outside the cage. If it was tested out, and did go out of control, then they'd figure out that they need heavier artillery to take him down. Some might say, why not use a tranquilizing rifle instead? True, they could do that, but that means they'd need to keep this flawed prototype around and waste more resources on him instead of making another one that doesn't have his current flaws. And considering the people we're dealing with here, I'd imagine them preferring to terminate him for seeing him as a failure, and they'd love to focus on popping another unit to try again.
What if they decide they want to be in control?
Well, then we remind them who is. We terminate the rogues. Promote only loyal bloodlines.
Also, if you remember what we said last time, tranquilized animals are unpredictable. The Indoraptor is already savage as he is, so imagine if he got even more savage as the tranquilizer takes effect. The shooter would be dead before he realizes that. Also, as we saw in the movie, the Indoraptor is smart enough to play a possum when he was shot by tranquilizing darts. Who would be stupid to go near him after this? One thing that ought to be kept in mind, the gun is not the important part here. It's the laser targeting system. Imagine this. You are a soldier sitting on a cliff or hiding in a faraway spot with the Indoraptor next to you, and you aim the laser at a target far away it can't see you. That is where using the Indoraptor as a weapon works, and that's probably what they had in mind, not in the same way it was used as a demonstration here. And no, using a sniper rifle wouldn't work because sniper rifles are slow to load, they're not appropriate for close quarter combat, and they're not strong enough to kill him unless you bring in a 50 cal weapon, but that means bringing in a very heavy weapon with huge kickback, which is not the kind you want in a situation that requires quick reflexes. If there's one way to make sure he's dead, then poisonous darts are the answer. And for those who say darts penetrating his skin but not rifle arms is a plot hole.
So next up, there's a scene where Star-Lord shoots Yellow with 3 live bullets. It does nothing, and he runs out of ammo. I don't even with this f***ing film. Is yellow immune to bullets now? You even gonna bother explaining that one? Of course not.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
It's the same way with elephants. Their skin is too thick for normal rounds, but a dart can penetrate it. Darts can penetrate his skin, and they don't make much recoil. Assuming they didn't design to be immune to drugs or poison, that is. I'm just saying, it wouldn't hurt to have some sort of backups in case your dinosaur body felt rebellious. Oh, and did I say that this Indoraptor is a flawed prototype?
He's a prototype.
Because it's a flawed prototype.
He's a prototype.
Okay, should I be offended every time you say that I'm a flawed prototype?
Maybe I will stop calling you that if you stopped eating all the time.
Can't help it. Flawed prototype, remember? Always hungry.
An assassination is not the only use of these hybrids. If you recall,
Drones can't search tunnels and caves, and they're hackable. The minute a real war breaks out, all that fancy tech is going to go dark.
they might as well be used for general infiltration or cause a distraction in the enemy's base, while the soldiers go after a specific target, leaving the Indoraptor have his fun, while they're carrying the mission the same way Venom Snake uses DD in his missions. And if we would assume the dino weapon market would expand and everybody uses a dino weapon, then they would need the gun for support in battle, as seen in Jurassic World. Reminder, flawed prototype. We don't know its full potential on combat. If they went their way, we might get one that is totally obedient and won't cause damage to his handler, or with stealth control it can catch their targets without killing them, just like how the Raptor squad didn't immediately attack Indominus, and they waited for Owen to give his signal. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see this because we are not getting more hybrid dinosaurs in the next film. And that's how having the gun totally makes sense here. And while we're on the subject of weaponized dinosaurs, let's talk about that for a second. Weaponizing dinosaurs is a stupid idea and I don't want more of it in the future, but just because it's stupid, that doesn't mean they're not built on logic. To spare you 15 minutes of endless dumb rants on why none of it works, let's get straight to the point and explain how it works.
You're gonna weaponize them?
We've been using animals in combat for centuries. Horses, elephants. The Soviets used disease-bearing rats against the Germans at Stalingrad.
Yes, yes.
Horses, Gallimimus. Just like how Han chose to use the Tauntaun instead of a vehicle to search for Luke in The Empire Strikes Back. Back then, no one complained about using that instead of a vehicle, and no one said it was stupid to waste food and water on these creatures. While we do have cars and other vehicles of war, they can't go everywhere. Cars can drive across rough, narrow mountain areas. They can drive in thick jungles. They can drive in swampy areas. Not to mention that they can create a lot of noise that would grab your enemy's attention. Take a note from Dino Riders.
Excellent. Now some Struthiomimus from mountain traveling and we're all set.
Are you sure these Struthiomimus know their way around the mountains?
Relax. They're as comfortable here as you are in the air.
Just like how huskies are used as sled dogs in snowy areas where cars can drive through, certain dinosaurs like the Gallimimus can be used to travel in mountains and thick jungles. Dinosaurs that are large enough to carry a person, but small enough to not stand out. And you would think that is silly? Ostrich riding is a thing. I'm not making that up. Elephants? Indominus Rex. She took down mercenaries and nothing was able to hurt her that was not another dinosaur. And she had other abilities making her highly effective in jungle warfare. Rats? Compsognathus. You can use them either as surveying dinosaurs or disease carriers. This is not as ridiculous sounding as you think. There are some areas in the world uses rats for minesweeping, and some are implanted with infrared cameras for surveying and spying. In Russia, there was an attempt to use rats with microchip implants in their brains for warfare. Forget the Russian bots, you should feel the Russian cyborg rats.
We're all gonna die.
Imagine using the compies like this. Here are your rats. And if they were as lethal as their novel counterpart, then congratulations, you have creatures with venomous bites and carriers of diseases. And if someone would breed them or program them to be easily controllable, then here you go, you have your next bioweapon. Unleash them anywhere and let the magic begins. Oh, what's that? You say taking care of these dinosaurs is costly and requires food and cleaning and vet care? So are vehicles. What, you think they come free? Vehicles are costly, they require fuel and maintenance, garage spaces, and if they get damaged in battle, they can't be fixed on the spot. And you know what else that needs training, care, housing, food, and other costly things? Human soldiers! You have the canine units across the world. They require care and they cost time and money to raise, but they're still in use without anyone questioning why bother have them around when policemen can just fire their guns at criminals. Of course, any of these creatures can be genetically enhanced and adjusted to meet the requirements. You can upgrade the Gallimimus to include armored skin so they don't fall down easily when shot. You can make the Compsognathus more obedient or make them smaller to infiltrate smaller areas. Or even remove the venom from them so they don't kill anything when they bite. It's a world where genetic powers are the new nuclear powers. They have multiple possibilities.
Genetic power is an uncharted frontier. The potential for growth is more than you can fathom.
Genetic power has now been unleashed. And of course, that's going to be catastrophic. This change was inevitable from the moment we brought the first dinosaur back from extinction.
In another tangent regarding weaponizing dinosaurs and why it wouldn't work, is the claim that the Raptor training program was utter failure. I'll save you another 10 minutes of bullcrap rants and give you the highlights. Some foul-mouthed people with no brains say the Raptor training was a failed experience because the Raptors weren't totally obedient, and in more than an occasion, they wanted to kill Owen instead of listening to him, and the usual nitpicks about the cost of raising that I already covered, and teaching them empathy doesn't make sense because they are meant to kill people, so how can they be empathetic, blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah.
The Raptor training was a success. We see Owen bonding with his raptors and they all follow his command. However, just like how wild animals are trained in real life, they are still wild animals. Wild animals are not trained the same as domesticated animals. Training a grizzly bear is not the same as training a house dog. No matter how obedient they are, one wrong move can trigger their instinct and turn them to wild and dangerous animals. A good trainer of wild animals must be aware of that whenever he handles the animals face to face. There's always a chance of unpredictable behavior. Siegfried and Roy, anyone? Owen was aware about this, and he did say several times that these raptors are still dangerous.
The wild animals, Hoskins, trust me, you don't want them in a field.
Are they safe?
No, they're not.
But he also said the relationship between them isn't a matter of control, but of mutual respect and trust.
Since you're able to control the raptors.
See, it's all about control with you. I don't control the raptors, it's a relationship. It's based on mutual respect.
No, no, hold your fire! Hold your fire, do not fire!
Put 12 amps in these animals, they're never gonna trust me again.
When it comes to tactics, Owen displays the appropriate tactics when facing the animals face to face. Standing tall, shouting, and keeping eye contact, which is also the technique used in bear encounters. Playing dead is a myth. When you face a bear, you make yourself look bigger, make loud noises, but most importantly, don't run. Running will make the bear look at you as his prey, and he will chase you.
Okay, we got you on our scope. Just keep moving.
Where are they?
Fine. Look, you've only got 30 meters to go.
I can hear him behind me!
Don't panic. I'm having trouble picking up.
Where are they?
During feeding time, Owen stands above his raptors, making the illusion of the big leader the same as when they were children. On the ground, he uses the same idea. He looks at them in the eye, yells at them,
Stand down.
Hey! What did I just say?
and never shows his back to them.
Don't ever turn your back to the cage.
The raptors attacked him only when he showed them his back and rolled backward, giving the illusion of a weak prey.
This is Delta. She's one of the holdover theropods, one of the survivors from the second group. Now watch this. I show any sign of weakness whatsoever. See that?
Which was the mistake Nedry made in his encounter with the Dilophosaurus in the first movie. Ever wondered why the Dilophosaurus didn't attack him from the start? Because Nedry was unintentionally using the proper tactics, standing tall, direct eye contact, shouting, and his raincoat gave the illusion of a bigger animal. It was only when he showed her his back and quad on all four that she determined that this creature is weak and injured, and therefore an easy prey. To make it simple, the raptors do respect Owen, just don't do the wrong move in their presence. Now let's take a look at the face heel turn moment. As you see here, the raptors are looking directly at Owen. Few moments ago, Barry says this.
She look at what she wants. Usually what she wants to eat.
At first glance, the viewer may think the raptors are looking at Owen to eat him, as if Indominus ordered them to. But that's not the case here. The raptors are looking at Owen because he's their alpha. There's a new challenger for the alpha status, and the squad is waiting for their leader to do what he needs to do. Challenge the intruder and fight her back. Unfortunately, before Owen gets to do that, Hoskins ignored the plan and attacked first.
Light it up! Engage!
You know, most of these problems wouldn't happen if they just listened to Owen.
Wait for my signal.
Hold your...
And then, of course, the raptors attack. But here are a couple of things. First, the raptors didn't attack. The humans are the ones who attacked first.
Light it up! Engage!
The raptors are retaliating against the enemy who attacked them first. And second, none of the raptors attacked Owen. Yeah, it sounds crazy, but that's the truth. None of the raptors went after Owen to kill him. The raptors only went after the humans they don't recognize. Blue stopped attacking Barry after she had recognized him and his voice. Owen later came and called her to distract her from him, but she didn't attack Owen. Charlie was busy killing a soldier, yet she was able to recognize Owen and didn't attack him. Delta appeared in the lab, but she completely ignored Owen and his group and focused on Hoskins, who throughout the entire movie never liked. She treated him as a challenger of authority and thought it was appropriate to eliminate the threat to keep her alpha's safety. She did chase him after this, but to follow him, not kill him. And then when they were surrounded, it came clear to Owen.
That's how it is, huh?
The raptors didn't betray him. It was all one ugly misunderstanding. Owen underestimated his raptors' loyalty. All this time he saw them as dangerous animals, but their loyalty to him was far beyond what he anticipated. Even after all of this, Blue still wanted to stay with her father figure, but it was the time for her to leave the nest. Indominus, Indoraptor, and even the original Jurassic Park raptors were raised in terrible conditions. They weren't taught appropriate social behavior. They were raised isolated with no one to interact with, and the only thing they had attached to was the thing that gave them food.
How long has the animal been in here?
All its life?
Never seen anything outside of these walls?
We can't exactly walk it.
And you feed it with that?
Is there a problem?
Animals raised in isolation aren't always the most functional.
Your raptors are born in captivity.
With siblings, they learn social skills, and I imprint on them when they're born. There's trust. The only positive relationship this animal has is with that crane. At least she knows that means food.
They were housed in small, confined areas without the freedom to unleash their full energy. Ever wondered why the Indoraptor always crawls on all four even after leaving his cage? Because that's the environment he was raised in. He lived his entire life in a place too small for him, and that's why he adapted his body to crawl instead of a bipedal position. On the other side of the spectrum, the raptors were raised by a father who cared about them and taught them social skills, so they don't kill each other. They were raised in an open space big enough for them to run, jump, and move freely however they like. Owen treated his raptors like family instead of animals, and they stayed family. And for all of this, I came to the conclusion that the raptor training program was indeed successful. And if future dinosaurs were to be raised in the same kind of care the squad has received, then weaponizing them as hunting animals still would work. You just need the right people to do so. Regarding the empathy discussion and why they think it's pointless if you want to raise an animal to be a killing machine, look no further than canine units and other hunting animals. These are animals raised to attack and kill their targets. And yet, they are empathetic to their handlers. A good hunting animal is an animal that is able to separate their handlers from their targets. If it hunts anything it sees, that's not a good hunting animal. Another form of empathy is teaching them to attack and capture their targets, but without killing them. Again, this is a known practice used in hunting animals and the canine unit. If you want to catch your targets alive, then it's mandatory to be taught how to. You know what else that needs to be taught empathy? Rescue dogs. These are dogs trained to find and locate specific targets and missing people. Animals that uses their hunting skills, but without catching and killing their targets. So yes, empathetic killing machines are a possibility. And just as stated, it all depends on the trainer. If Wu's ego wasn't already up his ass, then he would have realized that he didn't really need Blue's DNA to teach the next batch of clones empathy. He just needed to find appropriate animal trainers from the beginning. Instead of force training the Indoraptor using classical conditioning, he just needed someone to train him. They can't use freshly born dinosaurs in combat anyway, so if they had time to wait for it to grow up, then they have the time to raise it properly. But again, a scientist occupied telling everybody, look what I can do, and a businessman who fits more in EA's way of selling unfinished products at full price, and didn't see a cloned human as a human being.
Is it really my fault that I never had a mother?
We then get the dumbest, most pointless twist in all the film, and on top of that, it comes out of nowhere. The bad guys corner our heroes and, for no reason, just starts talking about this.
You have no idea what she is. Lockwood never had a grandchild. He just wanted his daughter back. He made her again.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Right? What the flying hell? She's a clone? What's the point of that? It doesn't connect to anything. And despite being, I guess, a few clues, nobody could have guessed this because it doesn't tie into any of the characters' motivations. Why even tell them that? Just shoot them and take her. In fact, why tell Maisie that? What did he think was honestly gonna happen after he let her know? That's right, she's a clone. Now, Maisie, come here.
Let's talk about the little girl.
Yes, I think I audibly gasped in the theater because they intro the little girl. You want to tell the story? We'll say spoilers.
Well, they try and, yeah, we're spoilers. It doesn't matter. This is after they ran out of story, too. They're like, what's something we can do as a twist? She is a clone. James Cromwell cloned his daughter, and that's his daughter.
So we have introduced that human cloning is now a reality.
Yes. And then it's never mentioned again.
So then we have this utterly bizarre scene where our heroes bump into the bad guy and he just explains to our heroes and the audience that the little girl is a clone. She is a clone. Apparently Discount Hammond made a clone of his daughter because she died in a car crash and the little girl is that clone. Actual Hammond broke off their partnership because of that. And I find myself asking,
oh my God, who the hell
cares?
We barely knew this girl. We don't know Discount Hammond at all. This reveal is pointless unless it's going to be the reason for something later. Oh god. And him revealing that the little girl was a clone didn't have any bearing on the scene. It felt like he said it to explain to the audience why we've never met Discount Hammond before. Can you please stay away from the first film? It's great. Get your sticky fingers off it. Don't Terminator Genesis me here.
So then we find out that this little girl isn't Lockwood's granddaughter. She's actually a clone of his daughter. And that's what drove him and Hammond apart. Yes, it's a classic story, really. Two friends driven apart by cloning technology. One said, let's clone dinosaurs. The other said, why don't we clone some people along the way? Created a rift between two friends that could never be fixed. Tale as old as time, really.
And it turns out, I'm not even kidding, that Hammond 2.0 literally cloned his daughter when she died to make the little girl and called her his granddaughter because... why?
And this is it. The reason why Hammond severed his relationship with Lockwood. Human cloning. First, to all those who think it's too ridiculous of an idea, you are following a franchise that is focused about dinosaur cloning. How is human cloning weirder than this? So you accept cloning of creatures so ancient their DNA is dead and therefore impossible to clone in real life. But human cloning, which is a big possibility in the real world, too weird?
Well, there goes that suspension of disbelief.
Well, I wouldn't blame you for that. Even in the universe of Jurassic Park, it is seen as a bigger crime against nature. Hammond himself thought it was such, even though he cloned dinosaurs, which were against nature. But humans are a special case. There's some confusion about this matter to the point that many sees it as a plot hole, so allow me to clarify it. The confusion is regarding Maisie's age and the breakup between the two gentlemen. Many people assume that due to Maisie's age that she was cloned right before Hammond's death, and based on that, they see Lockwood as a shoehorned character who should have been acknowledged from the beginning. Here's the thing. Hammond and Lockwood went their separate ways years before Jurassic Park. Back then, Lockwood's daughter was still alive. The accident didn't happen yet, so Lockwood didn't clone her yet. No. What drove the two apart is Lockwood's mere idea of human cloning. That's it. It wasn't Lockwood's actions that ended the partnership, it was the intention. We don't know if Hammond just overreacted when the other suggested it once, or Lockwood just kept pestering about it over and over again to the point of alerting Hammond that his partner is a potential mad scientist. If it was the former, that made Hammond overreacting over nothing, and he is at fault for ending the partnership on a mere speculation, which would be in character knowing how he was a terrible judge of character. But if it was Lockwood who stood to that concept for ages, then Hammond made the right call. Lockwood needed a great wake-up call about his project, and the breakup was what he needed. And he still regretted that till the end. But what do you think? Was Hammond a hypocrite for leaving his partner because he wanted to clone humans to benefit humanity, yet he went to clone dinosaurs for profit and entertainment? The two of them were already twisted men fooling around with nature. They just had different standards to what is morally bad. On to the cloning itself. Maisie was cloned after Hammond's death. Hammond didn't live to see it happen, or for Lockwood to rub it up his face. And yes, it was so successful, it only took one clone to perfect that. Lockwood was just that good on human cloning technology, while Hammond couldn't make perfect dinosaurs or keep a successful business. Though, would it make him creepier if it was the Ray Ayanami clone situation, where he would have cloned Maisie several times, but many would end up as failures and would see clones melt and deteriorate to mirror the Indoraptor's failure status? There's speculation that he used dinosaur DNA to perfect her cloning process, which I think is unconfirmed, or Colin Trevorrow just denies it. So some like to back it up by her behavior to hide like a predatory animal and displaying high levels of intelligence for her age, making it specific that she got raptor DNA in her belt. It is confirmed that there is a relationship between her and Indoraptor. Not that kind of relationship, you sick
There's a shot in the film where Maisie and the Indoraptor's faces are sort of merged as one.
There's a symbiosis between the two, and that shot seals that concept. It was a JA concept for sure.
But it's also a reference to Red Riding Hood. Maisie is seen wearing a red jacket. She is chased by a feral evil creature that resembles a werewolf, and they even reverse their roles by having Red Riding Hood sleep on the bed instead of the big bad wolf, which all fits with the horror theme they were going with in this movie. Some people also joke about Indoraptor chasing Maisie because he was programmed to chase a red dot that makes a loud noise, and Maisie is wearing red and makes loud noises, thus makes her his target, and that's why he's always obsessed with her. Then, the reveal. There were clues foreshadowing the truth about her, since her first appearance. If you go back to Claire's visit to the mansion, sharp-eyed viewers would notice her entering the scene without anyone noticing. Then Claire asking Mills if she was Lockwood's daughter, which means Maisie wasn't around when she visited 7 or 8 years prior. A granddaughter without knowing if a daughter was around? A little suspicious, don't you think? There's also the dialogue, like Iris calling her an animal for not using Queen's English and other wild animal metaphors. And then this reaction she made when Maisie asked if she looks like her mother.
Do I look like her?
Coupled by this bit from Lockwood.
Oh, yes. You could be her mirror image.
At first glance, you think it's the normal dialogue about kids resembling their parents, but then when you hear the truth and go back to this scene with that knowledge in mind, then it gives a very different meaning behind these words. The foreshadowing was there from the beginning, we just didn't notice the first time. And then to the stupid question of Mills revealing who she is to Owen and Claire and the reason behind it. To those idiots, and by idiots I mean those self-proclaimed reviewers and not you, the smart people who stayed this long watching this pathetic attempt at defending a universally hated movie by using common sense and nerdy facts, so thank you for your patience. The reason for this weak exposition dump is because Mills was stupid to think the two of them would just surrender to him after telling them that she's a disgusting freak of nature, and he was hoping they would have the same low standards as he is and abandon her, thus claiming her as his own property since he doesn't see her as a human being and would be the sole owner of the secrets of human cloning, in which he is sure to monopolize the hell out of it and gets even more richer than ever, in addition to dinosaur weaponizing market. Unfortunately for him, he was 3 years too late. If he made that deal with All Claire, she wouldn't hesitate to comply if it meant shareholder satisfaction. Way too late to the party, dude. You know, for a supposedly badly written villain, I'm amazed of how many people are just unable to figure him out, as if he's too complex to read. Is that an oxymoron? It feels like it.
And the who gives a shit Saurus tries to hunt down our heroes as the rest of the movie pretty much just turns into Yoshi's Mansion. Boy, this weaponized killing machine is kind of a dumbass. She can't even find them when they're literally under her nose. And even when she does, she's so goddamn clumsy you'd swear the Scream Killer gave her stalking lessons. Oh yeah, use your heightened sense of smell to completely miss that they were right in front of you. And we see the kid who figured out this giant evil conspiracy, thwarted the bad guys at every turn, and even managed to outsmart a prehistoric predator, is now hiding under the covers for safety. It's one of the bugs of cloning. They can find ingenious escape routes along dangerous ledges. But think bed sheets are indestructible bomb shelters. Pfft. Honestly, it's almost as bad as our bug with cloning dinosaurs, where even when they find their prey, they just slowly wave their fingers in front of them rather than attack like every other instance. What I'm trying to say is science is stupid.
Then the next scene, the little girl's hiding in her bed. An Indoraptor comes down outside the window, gingerly opens the door handle with his fingernail, and comes into the room.
It's very quiet and
yes.
Yeah.
So what is it? A bloodthirsty, out of control, mindless, wild animal, or a super intelligent creature?
And then, instead of escaping, Yellow has decided to chase the ever-loving shit out of the little girl to the point where it climbed all the way over the roof of the mansion to the other side and drops down into her room where she's hiding. Why not escape, you turkey? You're supposed to be intelligent. Stop hanging around.
This fool is terribly misinformed.
He has a personality. He toys with his prey and loves to troll them and injects fear in them, watching them crying before he kills them, and I love it.
Now, I'm going to close my eyes and count to 10. It makes the chase more interesting. For me.
That's the fun of the hunt. Always give them the illusion that they got a chance in escaping from you. Watching their desperate faces when you catch up to them is always a delight.
The Indoraptor, it's the perfect weapon. And it's the most dangerous dinosaur we've had in any other movie.
It's a dinosaur, but it's really a monster.
The Indoraptor is not a majestic creature. It's a homicidal maniac.
That epic choir music comes back again, totally warranted for such a giant epic image like a raptor on the roof. My God, it's finally happening!
Oh, screw you! That's one of the most awesome shots and cements the throwback to the classic horror movies as I stated earlier. But you're just busy mocking it, you missed the point for the sake of cheap entertainment.
What's the matter? Feeling blue? Oh, you just got blued out!
So Yellow jumps, and Blue jumps onto it to make sure it falls down, and slams Yellow onto the horns of the fossil below them in the trophy room. Look how big that f***ing room is. What are the odds it fell through the only dangerous part? You. So the Indoraptor is just dead. Died the exact same way as the Master did, for fuck's sake.
And she launches herself at the yellow boy and pushes it through the roof, and it gets impaled twice by the conveniently located Triceratops horns below it, and it dies. Man, you guys were really betting everything you had on it just happening to fall on those horns, weren't you? Could have easily hit everywhere but the horns, but yeah, sure, okay.
So you spent a huge deal about the villains being too obvious. But you didn't notice the obvious checkout gun sitting right in front of you? You really do need a lesson in the art of foreshadowing. This Triceratops skull was obviously going to play a big role ever since the first promotional image was revealed. Just look at this. This obviously tells us that this giant skull in the middle of the room where this unknown character at the time is looking at is definitely going to play a big part in the movie. We see in the movie the amount of attention it gave to that one specific fossil in the room. We see the characters spent a good amount of time around that one specific piece in comparison to other pieces. And when we have this creature that no bullets or other dinosaur could kill, then the next option is using the environment, which let you use the biggest thing in the entire place to finish the job. The choice of the Triceratops is also clever. Not only is it one of the largest ceratopsians out there, but with horns that are specifically pointing upwards instead of pointing forward like most of the dinosaurs in the family. You have some members like the Diabloceratops, but its horns are too short to kill Indoraptor. The Judyceratops could do the same, but the horns point a bit lower. Nope, the Triceratops was the best option for this situation. Some may say, shouldn't the skull shatter under his weight? Perhaps, if he fell on the skull itself and not the pointy horns. That's the key here. He didn't fall on the skull, not on the horns themselves, but on the tips on the horns. We know the skull is strong enough that not only Indoraptor stood on it for some time, but also jumped from it without showing any sign of damage. And there's another reason why it didn't shatter. That's not a real fossil. Real fossil pieces are not displayed in museums. They are kept in storage behind the scenes. What we see assembled and displayed are models or replicas. They don't show the real pieces because they know it's stupid to leave precious pieces exposed where anything could happen that would lead to destroying them. In fact, most of the complete skeletons you see are 90% fake because a large majority of dinosaur bones comes in shattered pieces. That's why we have so many iterations of the same dinosaur changing with each new discovery. That's why the discovery of complete skeletons are newsworthy. Now, how do I know this is a model? The frill is solid. Real Triceratops skulls have the holes in the frill, while the one we see in the movie have the holes filled in. There's no way they could mess up a real skull by filling it like that. And if this is indeed a model, not only does it explain its durability, but also why the horns didn't fill off their bases. That's some craftsman you got there. And it doesn't matter how tough your skin is. Any organic being taking a free fall on top of a pointy solid object will get a clean stab. Physics are great, you know that? And by the way, a skull killing a living dinosaur? Where do you think they got that idea? The original ending of the first movie. Instead of Roberta ambushing the raptors in the final movie, the original ending had the last raptor killed by the skull of the Tyrannosaurus in the visitor center. Indoraptor is lucky Mattel cancelled the set.
Who cares? Do you know how hard it is to get healthcare without insurance?
Is it hard?
Precisely.
But it looks like a toxic gas is going to kill off what's left of the dinosaurs unless they free them with that giant red cartoony button. Wow, the designers really took opening a door very seriously. Oh, you only have a big red button to open the door, not a big red button to close the door. If only there was a big red button for the big red button. Who designed this?
You know, last year I worked in a water bottling factory because I wasn't physically fit to join the obligatory military program. Good times, and a chance to do something other than a desk job. I was assigned in the maintenance team, learning how mechanical components work. And guess what? These huge red buttons are everywhere. They're not cartoony, they're real. Where do you think cartoons got that from in the first place? From real life. They are big and red, so an idiot like you would know that these are very important and avoid them unless it's necessary to use them. And yes, it's always one button. Are you that uninformed and unattached to anything going on in real life? Are you that isolated from the real world that you don't know how it works?
Whoa, that is pretty dumb when you put it that way.
But they decide not to, as in one of the few adult moments of the movie, they realize their love for animals is not worth the countless loss of human life, the mixing of two worlds. Psych! The world is doomed!
I had to.
So, just close the door. And what's her dumbass reason for dooming mankind?
They're alive. Like me.
They're, about to kill a lot of little kids like you too. Dumbass?
Have you noticed he uses the word dumbass a lot in this review? I guess he got my message across.
So yeah, this movie ends with dinosaurs getting ready to eat up mankind. Would have kind of been cool if this was the movie.
So the dinosaurs are out. This was shocking to me. It was so stupid that this happens.
But it's not over. Our heroes return to the control room because they have to decide to free the dinosaurs onto the world or let them die in captivity to Chemical X. They decide to let them die, since anything else would be a massive mistake. But, unbeknownst to the adults, the little girl hits the button and sets them free. And she says it's because they are clones like she is. What the woman? Are they actually employing the naive animal lover trope here as well? Come on! Do you know how many people these creatures will kill, have killed in your own universe? How many carnivores you just released? There are 4 adults in that room and you couldn't stop her?
Why are you complaining? Isn't this what you wanted? Move the franchise further and make new developments?
We know he's the bad guy, we know he's going to die, we know that man sucks. So can we stop repeating what we've seen a ton of times in the other films? Can we please get some new developments?
Stop giving us protagonists who make terrible choices. That means no more going back to the island, no more trying to build dinosaur theme parks, and no more trying to take dinosaurs off the island. It's time to remember the lessons of Jeff Goldblum and move forward.
Well, this is what you asked for. No more returning to the islands because they're dead. This time, we're not the ones going to the dinosaurs. This time, the dinosaurs are in our turf. We can't escape them like how it was done in the previous movies. This time, we fight to keep us safe from them. We are now having a real threat and we are forced to fight it. And to tell you what? This is the plot point I've been asking to see in the movies for ages. Yes, I wanted to get dinosaurs on the mainland ever since I read the novel. It was how the novel opened and how it ended. Dinosaurs attacking people, dead bodies found near the shores, dinosaurs multiplying in the deep jungles where no one can find them. It was only a matter of time before we get this on the big screen, and this was the payoff I've been waiting for. Going back to Maisie a bit, can you really blame her for what she did? Put yourself in her shoes. She was under a lot of emotional stress a child could take in one night. The one who cared for her the most was murdered. The mother figure who was by her side since birth was kicked out of her life. She discovered that she wasn't a naturally born human. And the next person close to her shamed her for being what she is. And the creatures that were made the same way she was are being killed off for not being natural. Of course she would be sympathetic to them and release them. It might have been on an impulse, but she's a child after all. Children are impulsive and don't get wary of what they do until it's too late, even if it was for the best intentions.
With the best intentions. Some of the worst things imaginable have been done with the best intentions.
Bear in mind, while Maisie made a very risky decision, she's not the only one to blame here, which is something many people seem to ignore just to get the excuse of demonizing her and make her the sole person to call the absolute worst.
And it looks like Blue has to part ways too.
Tell that crazy kid thanks. Whenever I eat a buffet of Girl Scouts, I'll always think of her.
Now, this little girl, Maisie, now, she dooms the movie. Not gonna say any spoilers, but the movie would not change if she was just completely written off.
And then the little girl hits the button. And opens the door.
It's almost comedy timing. Yeah. Almost.
And then she says...
They look back and she hit the button.
She says, I let them out because they're just like me.
They're alive, just like me, or something like that.
Because she realized she was a clone.
Yeah, she only exists because of tinkering with science, and they only exist because of tinkering with science, but she's not going to just devour people.
Right. And as a 4-year-old, she understands that because Mr. Mills yelled it at them in expository dialogue for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
The girl released them all because she associates with her fellow clones. Seriously? Who wrote that?
And in a moment of actual sanity, Claire decides it's best not to open the door and let the dinosaurs die. But that doesn't stop the kid from slamming on the button because...
I had to. They're alive. Like me.
They're alive just like you? What does that even mean? Is that because they're clones and you're a clone as well? So there's some kind of link there? You're gonna compare these wild, dangerous prehistoric creatures to yourself, the 10-year-old girl?
But then the fucking little girl pushes the big red button anyway, and her excuse, no joke, is that because she's a clone and the dinosaurs are also clones, that makes them all bonded in a special way, so she can't let her fellow clones die. You do realize you only just found out about being a clone like 30 minutes ago, right? Why are you suddenly so attached to them?
And what's even more confusing is apparently we're supposed to have sympathy for our adorable angel of death. But all I can think about is Malcolm McDowell describing Michael Myers.
These are the eyes of a psychopath.
You have all those who bought the dinosaurs from the auction and shipped them overseas. You still have embryos smuggled and shipped to another secret location. Am I the only one who remembers this point? Those who attended the auction and bought the dinosaurs and shipped them the moment they won the bid are also to be blamed. Unlike Maisie, who released the dinosaurs in an impulsive yet selfless act, those people bought them for their selfish reasons, and if history will repeat itself, they will get the same disasters in their countries.
This prototype is worth $28 million right now. Relax. We'll make some more. So will they.
But please, keep pointing your fingers at just one person. Those who came to a black market? Pfft, who cares about them? It's this one traumatized girl is the criminal. I would not be surprised if they're the same people who take pride in something disgusting as this. What's next? You're going to tell me it was Stars' fault the world uses umbrellas BOWs? It was philanthropy's fault there are nanomachines in every soldier in the world? That it was Tony Stark's fault that he gave Thanos a little welcome to Earth present? Which led him to get his PTSD? Which led him to create Ultron? Which led to the destruction of Sokovia? Which led to the Civil War? Which led to splitting the Avengers apart? Which led to their defeat by Thanos, which led to the destruction of half the universe as payback for that present? Because by your logic, it's all Tony Stark's fault. But it's okay. At the same time, we can forgive a megalomaniac who led an army to invade our world and dethroned his father and plotted to kill his brother because he said sorry and made a pointless heroic sacrifice. That makes everything awful he did A-okay.
Your reasoning is hardly logical.
This is another theme the franchise has been going with since the first novel, that doesn't get attention because everybody was focused only on the dinosaurs. The theme of shared responsibility. By the end of the novel, when the characters were leaving the island, everyone was asked, who is in charge? Are you the one in charge? Nobody is in charge. This franchise was never black and white. It was all gray. Everybody made morally ambiguous decisions that either made a short-term effect or long-term effect. Lots of decisions were made with good intentions, all ended setting paths to a multitude of bad events. Either it was planned that way from the start, or unintentional branching domino effects resulted from rash decisions.
Who authorized you to do this?
You did?
You didn't ask for reality. You asked for more tea.
I never asked for a monster.
Monster is a relative term.
You betrayed a dying man for money.
Claire, I admire your idealism, but we both exploited these animals. At least I have the integrity to admit it.
I never, ever did
You
anything
authorized the
remotely
creation of
illegal.
the Indominus Rex. You exploited a living thing in a cage for money. How is that different, huh? And you, the man who proved raptors can follow orders. You never thought about the applications of your research, Owen? How many millions a trained predator might be worth?
Every decision ended up leading to bigger things, and no single person to blame here. Everybody shares one huge responsibility to everything happened for over 25 years.
How can you sell this as dinosaurs are free on Earth, Planet of the Apes style, when they can all be captured and killed easily with bullets? So silly.
I don't think it comes to surprise, but the big ones are easy to spot and to contain.
We've already captured a bunch of them.
Without the tracking system?
The big herbivores are easy to find.
However, there are still some factors that may make this a bigger challenge than what it seems to be. The first thing you have are the circumstances of their escape. The dinosaurs were released at night in an area filled with woods and mountains, an environment that is easy to hide in unless the dinosaurs venture too far to reach urban areas. None of the characters call the authorities to alert them about the situation as far as our knowledge, and I don't think any of the attendees of the auction are willing to call them unless they're willing to confess about being part of a black market. That means, not only it might have been hours until the first random civilian encounter, but we can also assume the police didn't take these calls seriously, thinking they might be prank calls. Yes, it's a world where Jurassic World is public knowledge, but no one is going to believe dinosaurs are on the mainland that quickly, especially after the news of the volcano destroying their island. For the public, the dinosaurs are extinct again. And we all know how easy it is to fake videos and photos on social media, so it would be normal if no people will believe that these events are actually happening. So even if dinosaurs became public knowledge, it might have been too late to round them up. The dinosaurs took the woods and mountains as their new home, and like many wild animals who live in isolation or very few in numbers, they are not going to be easy to locate and isolate. You have Indominus from one movie prior being too difficult to locate because she didn't have her tracking device and could easily hide using camouflage and temperature adjustment. They needed to track her by smell in order to find her, and that was a small jungle. And if someone will bring in the tracking devices in the dinosaurs, they're useless at the moment. Reminder, they needed to access the systems of the park in order to use them. That's why they needed Claire's access in order to activate the tracking system. If they could track them without the park system, then Mills and his mercenaries wouldn't have gone the trouble to hire the DBG and Owen, and they would have found Blue without any trouble. Regarding the dinosaurs' number and their ability to take over the planet, as some like to put it, those who came in singles are easier to round up and contain. The real trouble are those who came in pairs, especially the small ones, namely the Compsognathus. The Tyrannosaurus is easy to locate and shoot down. Those little critters are the bigger threat since they are too small to catch and they came in groups. And if they were able to change their sexes and get to breed, then you have a real invasive species just like how they were depicted in the novel. Okay, they were pro-Compsognathus in the novel, but they played the same part. Oh, and don't forget all the pterosaurs. Last time they migrated, they reached Canada. But just because you have single dinosaurs, that doesn't mean they can't reproduce.
If he's the first of his kind, how can he be pregnant? Doesn't he need a mate?
Not if he reproduces asexually.
Remember how the dinosaurs were designed to be females, yet unknowingly to the scientists they were able to change sexes and reproduce? What if there were dinosaurs that were cloned using the genome of reptiles that can produce asexually? Yes, that bit from the 1998 Godzilla movie that I just showed you is not far off reality. You have birds like chickens who are capable of laying unfertilized eggs, but we're talking about animals who can lay fertilized eggs without the need to mate. There are at least 50 kinds of reptiles and other types of animals with the capability to breed asexually in a single-sex environment, and one of them is the Komodo dragon, the largest lizard in the world. Yes, this large meat-eating lizard with skin so tough it resembles a natural chainmail, and a venomous bite so deadly it took them ages to figure if it was actual venom and not dirty saliva, is capable to breed asexually. Parthenogenesis. Now that's another tank of nightmare fuel, and a possible ability for our genetically engineered theme park monsters to breed even further. Science has created creatures far more complex than what they had imagined, and all to make them look cooler without foreseeing any of these possible situations.
Life found a way.
So it's Dino Spring Break as they're all set loose and the bad guy gets his comeuppance from what used to be the coolest character in the movies, but now just feels like Porky Pig ending a Looney Tunes short.
Oh my god. No respect for Roberta. Yeah, you can eat him if you find him. Make sure to swallow him whole so they never find the body. First, I want to point out how brilliant was this moment. After the storm we've been through, you first notice the combies gathering behind Mills, making you think they're going to do the Hammond death scene. But then you notice the Carnotaurs in the background, and then you think they're going to do the Lost World novel Carnotaurs ambush scene here. So now you're guessing in your head, what death is Mills gonna get here? But of course, it had to be none other than the Queen herself. Now that I got that part out of the way, let's talk about these stealth attacks. It's not inaccurate. Large dinosaurs shaking the ground with each sip is one of the oldest dino cliches in dino history. It goes back to the brontosaurs and naming it Thunder Lizard for assumption that it made thunder sounds with its feet.
Brontosaurus was one of the largest dinosaurs. When he walked, his footsteps must have sounded like thunder. In fact, his name means thunder lizard.
But think about it for a moment. These are meat-eating dinosaurs who need to hunt to eat. If they shake the ground with each sip, they would alert their prey and they wouldn't be able to hunt at all. As large as these animals are, they are quite stealthy. Why? Because they walk on their toes, not the full feet. Elephants walk on their toes, with the rest of their feet being lumps of cushioning fat. That's why they can sneak in farms without anyone noticing. By walking tiptoe, they reduce the surface area of their feet to the ground. That's how they walk around without making much noise or alerting their prey. That's how Roberta ambushed the raptors. That's how the Rex couple were able to sneak to the camp without alerting anyone. That's how the Spinosaurus snuck up during the family reunion. That's how Indominus showed up behind the boys. And that's how Roberta snuck up on Mills in this scene. Foot stomping at full force is usually a sign of intimidation, to scare intruders and keep them outside their territory. And when you're on the chase, there's no need to be stealthy. Stomp all the way.
It's almost as confusing as where the hell did this one come from? Was she captured in a sea tank that also opened up with the door? Or did she literally swim all the freaking way to a California beach?
Okay, I have to ask, is Doug the only one writing these scripts? I mean, the rest of his cronies should have also read the same script if they're part of all of this. They should all be watching the same movie as he is, right? Did no one ever tell him, hey, actually this scene went so and so? They did go to schools, right? They know what the concept of paying attention to details, right?
I want to say that they did go to school, but that's giving them too much credit.
Considering the quality of this show, I guess they didn't.
But in the end, Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom pulls it all together because of this incredibly spelled out lesson.
They're alive. Like me.
Which goes against this incredibly spelled out lesson.
These creatures were here before us, and if we're not careful, they're going to be here after.
Which doesn't really match up with this incredibly spelled out lesson.
These creatures don't need our protection. They need our absence.
But at least we can all agree.
But soon they're gonna have to watch them go extinct. Or not. If people like you make a difference.
It's like when we have a lot of messages that say opposite things were incredibly complex. Or really transparent, we couldn't decide on what message we wanted. This movie's awful! I'll give credit that the effects are pretty good, much better than some of the previous ones. I'll also give credit that it is kind of a so bad it's good kind of flick. I mean, they just constantly throw stupid shit after stupid shit at you. It's relentless in the amount of dumb it spits in your face. But that's not what people wanted. They wanted a real Jurassic Park film, one that's fun, but also made some semblance of sense and gave us something new and different. Instead, we pretty much got the worst of all the other Jurassic Park movies. All the weaknesses, none of the strengths, everything that didn't work in those past films is showcased in this one. It's stupid, it's corny, it's pretentious, and it's preachy, even though half of the time it doesn't know what it's preachy about. I don't care if it made money. To me, this is a Jurassic flop.
Wow. That was awful.
This was painful.
Never thought I'd see something worse than his pathetic attempt at movie making with Jurassic World, and wow. Even with clips, this thing is atrocious. For a supposed critic who was going to slam what he thinks a terrible movie, there's a severe lack of pointing out most of what people have complained about. You know, the things I wasted my previous months working on. But then again, I should have expected that seeing the lazy production reviews from him. All the jokes he made are flat, don't make sense, lazy, and cheaply insulting to the intelligence of the viewer. No effort was put into this. He just saw a bad movie, and it feels like he went on autoplay as he goes on, making this the worst Jurassic Park review he had ever done in his schlock of a show. And since he brought us nothing of real value, let's see what else is there to talk about.
The characters don't have arcs, they never learn anything, they don't grow. And because of that, we don't have anything to latch onto about how we should feel about whatever the movie is trying to say.
The characters in this film feel like shells of their former self. This movie does have character moments, but it doesn't really matter if the character isn't really going to go through something transformative throughout the entire movie. No character arc, nothing.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
And here's another common criticism of this movie: the characters' lack of development. Or to be specific, Claire and Owen.
The only characters that truly change are Claire and this little girl called Maisie Lockwood. No spoilers, but Claire's change from the beginning to the end of the movie means absolutely nothing.
But Bryce Dallas Howard, aka Lady, Claire?
Claire. She actually kind of had a character in the last movie. There wasn't much of a payoff, but she kind of did.
She had an arc. She went from an uptight corporate lady to I'm adventurous now.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
Let's go over it for a moment. In Jurassic World, both Claire and Owen received their development. Claire in particular is parallel to John Hammond's development. They both started as people of business who put profits and investors' satisfaction over everything else, and like any business, they thought they had their plans and vision under control. And they both went through a life-endangering experience where they had to choose their loved ones over their dreams, leaving it in ruins. And following that experience, they switched from capitalistic lifestyle to environmentalism and putting the dinosaurs in their care and worked to make their lives better away from humanity's meddling hands. Claire in Fallen Kingdom didn't need to go an overdeveloping arc because she already went through that in Jurassic World. Fallen Kingdom is the payoff of that development she received in the previous movie. If anything, she went through an even further development as she sees her naive environmentalist vision just shatters after being exploited and come to the hard realization that it was for the best to kill the dinosaurs. As for Owen...
Well, I want to talk about Chris Pratt's character real quick, because we don't have a relatable, likable protagonist in this film. We have cartoon characters.
He also never learns anything or grows, and I almost wonder if the entire movie is trying to be a subversive commentary on blockbuster franchises with him as a parody of an action hero, but I think that's giving it too much credit.
The main character, the protagonist, Owen, played by Chris Pratt, does not have an arc in this movie. And if one says that his character's change was wanting to not go to the island to eventually going to the island, that's resolved in the first 15 minutes of the movie. I'm talking about an overall arc throughout the film.
And that is coming from someone who is a fan of this franchise.
While not as developed as Claire, but he's still far from undeveloped. Owen started as a fun-loving guy and a bit of a jerk-ass and a touch of cynicism, not being far off from how Ian Malcolm was in the first Jurassic Park movie. And just like Malcolm, he got more cynical and more jaded following the events of Jurassic World, not trusting anyone after he was used by his superiors and witnessing his hard work raising the raptors go down the drains. And you can see in the beginning of Fallen Kingdom that he refused to go back to Nublar because he wanted to run away from his previous life and leave everything behind him. But after going through his vlogs of his earlier days and Claire guilting him to go with her, he decided to man up and face his nightmares once again by reconnecting with Blue.
Bad memories. Some were good.
And just to mirror the ending of the last movie where he wanted Blue to leave him and live on her own, this time he decided to accept his responsibility by letting her stay with him, but due to the events they went through, Blue chose to stay free instead of living the rest of her life locked in a cage. Unlike Claire's development, where she spells out her thoughts to the others to hear her and the interactions she goes through, Owen's development is subtler as he keeps most of his issues to himself and relies more on body and facial language when he is with Blue. You don't hear him say it out loud to you, but you get to understand him if you paid enough attention to his arc and the situation surrounding him. Both Claire and Owen are developed characters with their own arcs, but each of them was done in a different way than the other. Their development is seen with the decision of releasing the dinosaurs, where it's the opposite of the beginning of the movie. Claire wanted to save the dinosaurs, while Owen was fine in letting them die. Later on, Claire was set to let them die, while Owen cared enough about them, or at least he was willing to take the full responsibility of taking care of Blue instead of letting her die.
The hardest choices require the strongest wills.
Character development doesn't necessarily need long monologues or big life-changing events in order for it to happen. It can be done with one simple sentence, or one little opinion, or in small stages throughout the movie culminating to one focused payoff. If you are already invested in the story, then there was no need for me to point it out to you, since it was pretty much obvious to you. If you weren't invested in it, well, now you know what you were missing.
Because it's more interested in thrilling us with violence and spectacle than actually trying to capture the wonder and awe that made the original film so special.
The commercial and critical success of Jurassic Park spawned an entire franchise of games, toys, and 4 subsequent films, but none of those sequels have been able to recapture the magic of the first film. But why is that? But the Jurassic Park sequels have never been close to recreating that same sense of awe. The premise of humans surviving on a dinosaur-infested island is difficult to build on, which is why every sequel feels like it's retreading on tired ground.
First thing they do is rip off Jurassic Park, because, I mean, what else can happen in these films outside of the scene where they all look surprised by the Brachiosaurus walking past? We gotta get that one in, don't we, folks? You have absolutely no respect for the franchise that you're attempting to grow. You took superficial elements like shoving as many dinosaurs down our throats as possible while arbitrarily bringing back references or characters to make us giddy to think we might experience an appreciation for this film as we did for the classic, while at the same time you openly forget established rules to your universe in order to tell your story.
Just gotta fit in some more of that nostalgia placement, since that's the only thing that this series has at this point. And yeah, movie, you're not good enough to pretend you're on par with the first film. Stop it.
You know, here's a crazy idea. I don't know if you heard about it, or it might be far too complex for you to understand, but I'll try to make it simple. If they wanted to recapture the magic of Jurassic Park, or they're just relying on nostalgia, why didn't they just reboot the entire franchise? Why move on with the story that you claim doesn't exist when they could just cancel everything and repeat the entire first movie again? Instead of the continuation with Jurassic World, they could have remade the original, erasing all the history it made with a new facelift, but they didn't. Do you know why? Because they're not trying to recapture the magic of the first movie. They're not repeating everything because they're lazy or ran out of ideas. Because if they ran out of ideas, as you claim, then they wouldn't have made such risky moves that changed the entire future of the franchise. Or are you so focused on everything wrong about it, which I spent the entire movie saying otherwise, that you didn't catch that point? Did you forget what Grant said?
Guess we'll just have to evolve too.
So what do we do now?
When we were shooting Jurassic World, the fun thing to do on set was to talk about how this story could evolve.
This movie is not actually a sequel, it's part of a trilogy, so it's designed to be number 2 in the story of all 3 movies.
We knew you were only going to get to be on an island with a theme park once, because you're going to, you're going to break everything, you're going to destroy everything that it was. And so what would be the result of that? What would be the next step beyond it? In the original book of Jurassic Park.
We needed to move on. We needed to expand, and that's what we're doing in this film.
Jay's ambition was to really do something very unique, something that stands out by itself as a piece of beautiful filmmaking, but at the same time integrates in the story.
To me, it felt the only way to really surprise people. Instead of trying to go bigger, now we have 6 dinosaurs fighting. It just seems like the way to do it is to go smaller and more intense and just a little deeper.
The movies aren't trying to recapture the majesty of the first movie, because that's what you hated about Transformers movies and the plethora of slasher movies, how they all feel the same to you. The franchise has been in constant evolution, each installment taking a new step forward. But because your heads were so deep up your donkey asses, you forgot to pay attention to everything happening. The scope has been growing and evolving. Jurassic Park, select group discovering the dinosaurs. The Lost World, the world discovers that dinosaurs exist. Jurassic Park 3, tourists and outsiders exploring the dinosaurs on their own. Jurassic World, the whole world embraces the dinosaurs in their home. Fallen Kingdom, the place where it all started is gone and the roles of humans and dinosaurs have reversed. If all of this doesn't say moving forward or taking the next step, then you need to go back and rewatch everything and this time pay freaking attention. Alien and Terminator were sci-fi slasher horror movies about a single killer going after countless victims, and both starred average women facing a threat they were unfamiliar with. Aliens and Terminator 2 Judgment Day ditched the horror to make them action-based, and the same weak women from the previous movies are now transformed to strong fighters who know what to do. The tone and feels of these movies did not match the originals, but instead of complaining about not capturing the fear and desperation of the originals or changing them for mere action spectacle, they praised them for moving the franchise further and making new developments. The same thing about this movie that they're so desperate to trash. As for replicating famous scenes, once again, missing the entire freaking point. For one thing, this is the final time we are getting to Isla Nublar. The island is gone, and it would make sense to have callbacks to the original to pay respect to where it all began. Have our last moments in it and savor it all.
It's that moment reflects the ending of a dream. It's the ending of Isla Nublar, the park. It had to be effective in order to pay tribute and justice to the idea we were trying to tell. It had to create that impact.
So when you from script to production to the film being released, did you think that would be the moment that stood out to so many people in the end?
Well, definitely, it's one of those moments that helps you to understand the story you're telling, So it's like a landmark, So you're going in that direction, So that the whole first section of the movie ends up in that shot, ends up in that moment.
And for second, which is something you may not be aware of since you're not really fans and disgustingly pretend to be, this is the 25th anniversary of the movie franchise. In addition to move the franchise in a new direction, it's also a celebration of the past in its own way.
These kind of pop culture milestones should not be shrugged off. Pop culture is often a glut of material. Memes, shows, movies, songs, celebrities, jokes, language, politics, news. A single year can alter the landscape of what people are talking about, what people are watching and listening to, what they'll feel nostalgic for. The idea that some product will be talked about not just for more than 1 year, but yes, 50 years after its initial creation is pretty damn impressive. And when you consider how most people view a product like Power Rangers, it's all the more astonishing that it has lasted for more than 20 years with new material. And all the more saddening when it seems like the people working on the product just don't seem to care.
So, it would make even more sense to have these iconic moments seen once again, like any anniversary special or movie.
Something I've been thinking about ever since I saw that ship on the view screen. Excuse me, Captain. Here's tomorrow's duty roster for your approval.
Lieutenant
Benjamin Sisko, sir. I've been on temporary assignment here. Before I leave, I just want to say it's been an honor serving with you, sir.
All right, Lieutenant, carry on.
Thank you, sir.
Especially that, unlike some franchises, the series was in hiatus for years, stuck in development hell, where we weren't sure if we will get anything more out of it. Jurassic World made some references to the original, but it made sense to have. Not only was it the return of the franchise, but also the return to it all began. So, little trips down the memory line would be even more appropriate to have here, in this anniversary celebration. A celebration of a franchise that influenced many and built the careers of many others.
And for me, it was very special because I grew up watching these movies, and having Steven's approval was something very special.
It's unfortunate that some people completely missed the entire point. So unfortunate.
Everybody who made this hates the first movie.
The writing is atrocious.
I don't think it knows. I really, truly believe that Colin Trevorrow does not know what he's doing.
The first damn film made sense. The rest of them forgot what sense is, and that's what bothers me.
I guess the writers are just so bad that they had to pull shit out of their ass whenever they need to plot to go forward.
It is an unbelievably stupid script.
No. The writing of this movie is excellent. It makes sense to everything that came before, and it's not as idiotic as you jerks try to think it is. Every plot hole you complain about has an explanation. Every illogical thing you question makes total sense and is consistent to everything that was established prior to it if you actually use the piece of meat in your head called brain. Just because you didn't understand it, that doesn't mean it's terrible. The problem is not in the movie, it's in you. Instead of wasting your time trying to think how nothing makes sense, you should have wasted it trying to put sense into it. But no, you were busy laughing and ridiculing excellent writers, excellent directors, excellent producers, and excellent actors.
I think there's great chemistry between Bryce and Chris, but I think it's evolved to a point that now they can basically find a new way of relating to each other, which has just as much comedy as it does drama.
Bryce always wants to be so good at everything that she does, and you can tell. I mean, every take is getting better and better and better with her, you know? And you can ask her anything. You can ask Bryce absolutely everything, and she will give it to you.
What up, J.A.? Have you met J.A.?
And Chris all the time will give you new ideas, and from take to take, he will change everything, which I love.
It's been so fun for us as, I was gonna say as kids, but we're not kids, but we feel like kids when we're on this movie set because we are getting to experience this thing that we admired when we were kids.
With Chris Pratt, I'd say like 6 really funny things right now.
And you haven't experienced fun until you've acted opposite Chris Pratt in a Jurassic movie.
Just working with Izzy, who's earned the name The Kid Rock because she does all her own stunts.
Hello. It's quite fun.
We wanted J.A. Bayona to direct this movie because he lives in a world of childhood nightmares.
If you look at the movies that he's done, if you look at The Impossible, if you look at Monster Calls, even The Orphanage, they're all very suspenseful, on the edge of your seat kind of filmmaking.
Every camera movement for me should be designed very specifically because for me that's the way I tell the story.
With J.A., it's not so much what is there, but what might be around the corner.
There's nothing in there. The tail.
Yeah.
Go back.
Jay's ambition was to really do something very unique, something that stands out by itself as a piece of beautiful filmmaking, but at the same time integrates in the story.
I did 3 movies in Europe, so I was able to show people this is what I do. And I was so fortunate that some of the people responsible of Fallen Kingdom saw those movies and thought I was the right guy to do the next one. And of course, I always wanted to work with Steven Spielberg.
They showed me the cut, and I saw it by myself, and I thought J.A. just knocked it out of the ballpark.
I like this character, and so I'm enjoying myself no end, you know. It's a precious little privilege, and I've only got a day here, but I've enjoyed myself. And J.A. Has been fantastic at articulating the issues in the movie and maybe by my character of the misuse of science and bad ethics and all of that.
He has a need to make the audience feel what he's feeling. So that's why Jay's movies always keep mixing genres. Nothing is black or white, and the complexity of the human beings is the interesting part of the story.
Yes. Or actually, yes. It's good to have a film professor as your director. J.A. shared with me that he was a film professor and he taught a class on Jurassic Park. There's something very, very poetic and cosmic about that.
You call everyone you didn't like, including those who actually defended this movie using reason and critical thinking, by derogatory terms like mental gymnastics. Whatever the hell does that mean anyway? As if that makes you smart. You're not. Your renals are proof enough that you don't know what thinking means. You fail at constructive criticism because there was none. You were busy insulting people who knew what they were doing, while every piece of filth coming out of your mouth shows that you know nothing. Your sole reviews are a farce. Your content is trash and further proves that this is a huge problem in current day reviews and their lack of critical thinking. You didn't say anything constructive. It's all garbage facts and misleading thoughts resulted from not understanding what you're talking about and showed zero interest in anything. Nothing you said is any indication that you even get anything about this franchise. Nothing.
The writing in this movie is the film's biggest downfall. There's nothing worse than a movie trying to copy the Marvel formula for jokes and completely failing.
Copying the Marvel formula? Is this what everybody calls it? As if the Marvel movies were the first ones to invent the concept of jokes.
And there's no doubt our attractions will drive kids out of their minds.
What are those?
Small versions of adults, honey.
Dodgson! Dodgson! We've got Dodgson here!
But, again, how do you know they're all female? Does somebody go out in the park and pull up the dinosaur skirts?
You're meant to come down here and defend me against these characters, and the only one I've got on my side is the blood-sucking lawyer.
Boy, do I hate being right all the time. Remind me to thank John for a lovely weekend.
Think they'll have that on the tour?
They opened Disneyland in 1956. Nothing worked.
Yeah, but John, if the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the pirates don't eat the tourists.
Now here comes the damnedest part of all this. In my opinion, Fallen Kingdom is the most faithful adaptation to the original concept of Jurassic Park and the closest to Michael Crichton's original vision.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
You heard me. The first Jurassic Park movie may be an adaptation to the events of the book, but Fallen Kingdom is more faithful in spirit. Steven Spielberg focused on the wonder of dinosaurs and made everything else a side note, But the novel was way bigger than just the dinosaurs. It explored the concept of chaos far more than what the movie has offered, and focused a lot on the business side and how greed, corruption, and lack of business ethics can bring to you if you were focused solely on gaining profit without focusing on other essential stuff. It showed how anything big can happen by the smallest acts, how there is no single person is responsible to everything, and anybody can be responsible for everything. How meddling with nature can create the most dangerous monsters and sneak to the world without anyone noticing. And all of this is found in Fallen Kingdom.
A lot of the dialogue that he has in the Senate hearing is from Michael Crichton. It's from the book, Jurassic Park. And it's amazing how many ideas that apply to this movie are in the original book.
It may have been not a direct adaptation of Jurassic Park the novel, but I sure understood what it is about far better than the original movie. And this is coming from a real fan of this franchise. I'm pretty sure the die-hard followers will attack me and try to dox me because I proved how much of a hack job you are. Bring it. The moment you retaliate, I win. In the meanwhile, leave the franchise to the real experts. Let us, who knows the ins and outs of these movies and books, handle all criticism about them. You are relieved of duty, because you've shown us that you don't know anything.
And you failed miserably.
Can you explain to me the meaning of mic drop? I never got what was so special about it.
If we've learned something out of this series, it's this. Doug Walker does not understand Jurassic Park. He sees the movies as just dinosaur movies. They're just dinosaurs chasing people. Monster movies, and nothing deep or sophisticated about them, despite claiming to know what they're about. All what he wanted was dinosaurs killing people, and that's it. Just like with The Last Action Hero and Starship Troopers, where he completely missed their point being satires of action films and treated them like serious movies. Or with the 2017's It and The Jungle Book, thinking they were meant to be dark and gritty adult reboots. Even the original Jurassic Park, he just saw special effects and dinosaurs and cared little for anything else about it. It's ironic how he keeps telling us that we need movies that makes us think and he wants us to think, but how often does he apply what he preaches on himself? Just like how he always complains and makes sappy speeches to film studios not getting what source materials they use for their movies, he never understood this franchise. And sadly, it seems even the general audience sees them this way as well, as they never understood the real depth of this franchise or questioning what little plot holes they think of that was already explained and were common facts to the devoted fans of the franchise. Just a reminder, Gene Siskel and Roger Ebert, you know, the most iconic movie critics of all times, even they saw the original Jurassic Park movie as a lesser version of Jaws with no interesting characters except for Ian Malcolm, and it was boring when the dinosaurs are not on screen, and all it had was the special effects and action scenes.
Jurassic Park has a number of peak thrills at the level of the attacks in Jaws, and it has moments of real wonder, but when the animals are off screen, the film really lags. That wasn't true if you think about it with Jaws, which had 3 marvelous characters hunting the shark. Jurassic Park only has Goldblum. The rest of the crew stands around and smiles or schemes. Still, thumbs up for me. The action scenes are really enjoyable.
I give a thumbs up too, and also for the action scenes, and I feel that really this movie, though, is a missed opportunity because what he doesn't have here, and what I really missed from a movie by Spielberg like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, is the sense of awe, the sense of majesty. These creatures are back, and it's amazing, and right away, after an opening shot that has a little of that,
yes, it does.
The movie disintegrates basically into a monster picture where the dinosaurs are chasing everybody, and the people are running away, and there's lots of action and lots of screaming, but there's not really any opportunity to really give these creatures their due. It's almost like the movie doesn't have any respect for the intelligence of the audience, that they might really be interested in dinosaurs instead of just in the action
we could have used more scenes, you're right, of awe, and that's, well, I think you're just right.
I guess things never change, huh? Jurassic Park was never intended to be about the dinosaurs. Yes, they play a role, but they were not the focus. You can replace them with other things, or even robots, and you can get the same effect here.
心を持つロボットですと?
さよ、感情を持ち自らの判断で行動する世界初の危険ですな。勝手に行動するロボットなんて。アトムは生きてを守るいい子じゃ。いいかね、アトムには人間と同じ心がある、感情があるんじゃ。アトムの誕生によって人間とロボットが本当に友情で結ばれる時代が来るんじゃよ。友情？ロボットは人間のために働くんじゃないんですか？
ロボット法の問題は大丈夫なんですか？
人と同じ心があるのなら光じゃ憎しみの感情もあるということですね。あのアトムとかいうロボットに一体どれだけのパワーが秘められているのかはあなたですら分かっていない。アトムは危険なロボットではない。そう言い切れますかな？何じゃと？
All of Jurassic Park, novels and movies explored many ethical and scientific themes and topics far beyond uncontrollable science or even playing God. If you ask anybody what Jurassic Park is about, that's all what they will say. It's either that or stock answers like man versus nature or just dinosaurs in general. Remember all the talk from Ian Malcolm about chaos theory and the butterfly effect? How many of you did take their time to learn about these terms and their relationship to Jurassic Park, or why they were significant to begin with? And how many of you just saw it as a silly science mumbo-jumbo said by a silly character no one can take seriously due to how he talks or who he is played by? It's like Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. When you say the name Frankenstein, people automatically think of the horror movie, the mad scientist, and the block-headed Boris Karloff monster. They see it as merely the horror movie, but how many of them stop to think about the themes it carries, or if it was just another piece of brainless entertainment without putting much thought into it?
You do speak. Yes, I speak. And read. And think. And know the ways of man. You gave me these emotions, but you didn't tell me how to use them. Now 2 people are dead because of us. Why? What of my soul? Do I have one? Who were these people of which I am comprised? Good people? Bad people? Did you ever consider the consequences of your actions? You gave me life, and then you left me to die. Who am I? You. I don't know. And you think I'm evil.
How many of you see Godzilla as anything other than rubber-suited monsters fighting on a set, and not a metaphor for a much serious topic?
もしも一旦このオキシジェンデストロイヤーを使ったら最後、世界の為政者たちが黙って見ているはずがないんだ。必ずこれを武器として使用するに決まっている。原爆対原爆、水爆対水爆、その上さらにこの新しい恐怖の武器を人類の上に加えることは、科学者として、いや、一個の人間として許すわけにはいかない。そうだろ
？I know that makes me sound like a horrible weeaboo, but it's like, I was there for the March 11th earthquake. I know I've said that 100 times, but I need to kind of drive in home why I felt the way I did and why no one else seemed to in this theater. I was there I felt that earthquake. I was safe. I was like 200 miles away from that. I still felt it. I still felt the aftershocks. I didn't get sleep for days because of how terrified I was that, God, what if Kansai's next? Kanto got slammed. Who's to say we're not next? We're on this giant fault line. So when I was watching this movie, I couldn't do much of anything except either like shake my head in disbelief or just like felt very heart-wrenched because I knew what the message was. The message wasn't about atomic bombings, which we're gonna get to later because that part was stupid. But nuclear power and just the existence of it in itself. Like, I was present for protests for anti-nuclear movements in Japan. I saw that firsthand. So it's like, I'm just saying, this movie had more deep moments than I really thought I was going to give it credit for.
How many of you see Star Trek as nothing more than silly space adventures with bad actors and technobabble, and not look at the political undertones it carries?
Do you realize what you've done?
I've only just begun. I'm going to eliminate every Maquis colony in the DMZ.
You're talking about turning hundreds of thousands of people into homeless refugees.
That's right. When you attacked the Malinche, you proved one thing. That the Maquis have become an intolerable threat to the security of the Federation, and I am going to eliminate that threat.
But think about those people you saw in the caves. Huddled and starving, they didn't attack the Malinche.
You should have thought about that before you attacked a Federation starship.
Now, bear in mind, all of Star Trek up until this point has been all about how humanity is above such underhanded tactics, how we're so morally good, and we don't use cloaking technology because we don't sneak around, and yada yada yada. Look, the point is that this story is a confession. This is a story of a good man who is admitting to his crimes, all the terrible things he has done, and all for the greater good.
People are dying out there every day. No, I had to keep my eye on the ball, winning the war, stopping the bloodshed. Those were the priorities.
It's dramatic as all hell, and as I said, with all the talk in the past about the moral superiority of the Federation in Star Trek, this shows what happens when things are pushed to their limits, and the kinds of things you may have to do when your back's to the wall and it's the only way to save everyone.
Garrick was right about one thing. A guilty conscience is a small price to pay for the safety of the Alpha Quadrant.
How many of you see Doctor Who as nothing but cheap special effects and emo Tennant, and not stopped and wondered if there are hidden ethical messages?
If someone who knew the future pointed out a child to you and told you that that child would grow up totally evil, to be a ruthless dictator who would destroy millions of lives, could you then kill that child?
Do I have the right? Simply touch one wire against the other, and it's it. The Daleks cease to exist. Hundreds of millions of people, thousands of generations can live without fear, in peace, and never even know the word Dalek.
Then why wait? If it was a disease or some sort of bacteria you were destroying, you wouldn't hesitate.
What if I kill, wipe out a whole intelligent life form? Then I become like them. I'd be no better than the Daleks.
Think of all the suffering there'll be if you don't do it.
How many of you paid attention to the conversations in Metal Gear and wondered what they really mean over those who just saw it as just a game with nothing deep about it?
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
We all heard of the movie The Shining, right? How many of you see it as just a horror movie with a crazy guy with an axe? And how many of you stop to think about all the symbolism and subliminal messages it carries, and how it relates to the characters and course of events?
Several times in the movie, this elevator, with its gaping mouth and eyes appearance, is intercut with Denny's screaming face, cross-symbolising the two. And the teddy even has a red gaping mouth, like the River of Blood screaming elevator face. And if you're wondering where the hell Kubrick may have gotten the gaping mouth idea from, there's a little moment in the Shining novel on page 280 where a terrified Jack Torrance avoids going into an elevator because, quote, "It was too much like an open mouth, too much by half," end quote. What are the odds of that popping up in the novel and then the face comparison with an elevator popping up in the movie? I think Kubrick read that line in the novel and said, hey, I can do something with that thematically.
Kubrick shows us how you escape from the nightmare of the past.
by retracing your steps, as Danny does in that last line, which means acknowledging what happened or learning about the past, and then getting out. Only if you are going to be able to shine and see what the patterns are so you know how to get away from them and avoid them and go for the good things.
If current-day comic book movies are able to make people think about their themes and the ideas they represent and praise them for tackling serious subject matters, why can't people do the same thing here?
Let me ask you a question. What if Pakistan marched into Mumbai tomorrow and you knew that they were going to drag your daughters into a soccer stadium for execution? And you could just stop it with a flick of the switch. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you all?
Not if it was your switch.
In my Jurassic World video, I said that I see the franchise as an example of the arrogance of mankind and its refusal to learn from their previous mistakes, so it's destined to repeat these mistakes forever. It might not be what it is all about, it could also be about the danger of capitalism and greed. After all, many bad choices in these movies were done because of money. Hammond claiming he wanted to share the love of the dinosaurs with the world, yet he made a very expensive theme park in a place not everybody can afford to go to and still managed to cut corners. The scientists visiting the island because Hammond offered them money. Nedry sabotaged the island because either Hammond was underpaying him or Bison gave him a better offer. Ludlow and Ingen needed to bring dinosaurs to their park in mainland because their stocks were plummeting and they needed to avoid bankruptcy at any costs. Grant accepted to go to Sorna only after he was promised money. Jurassic World needed a new attraction because less visitors were coming to the park and the investors demanded for something that gives them more money. Mills wanted to capitalize the last remaining dinosaurs and wanted to sell them to those who pay the money. Greed is a big part in almost everything that happened in this franchise, but they were still subtle about it enough that no one came out and said stuff like, "I don't care about the money," or "capitalism is bad." One could also say the movies are about control, or lack thereof. It's close to the man versus nature thing, but more specific. Hammond thought he had control over his park using the most advanced system at the time, but the first scene alone is proof that he didn't have control from the beginning. In The Lost World, Ingen thought they had control over their operation and were set to go back home, but once Nick Van Owen released the dinosaurs, they lost control over everything. In Jurassic World, control and obedience were big themes, with Hoskins thinking the raptors are easily controllable, while Owen sees it as a matter of respect and loyalty rather than total control over them. And this was shown when the Raptor squad went against the humans, but their loyalty to their owner won them over. Same thing with Fallen Kingdom. We see how the Indoraptor was uncontrollable and needed something else to guide it, and it ended up used against him. And by the end, Blue decided to live free rather than to be controlled by somebody else. But that's my way of looking at it, and it sure is far more than just a monster movie. Fallen Kingdom is still asking a very good question. These dinosaurs are not natural creatures and they don't belong in this world. But do they deserve to die? Just because we brought them to our world, does that give us the right to destroy them all? Our history did show what happened when an invasive species interfered with an ecosystem of a specific place and how much damage it caused, like the African killer bees, or every creature the Europeans brought with them to Australia. It's an argument that still goes on to this day. Do we exterminate the rabbits, the dingoes, the camels, the sheep, and the pigs because they weren't native to Australia and they caused more harm than good to the ecosystem? Or do we accept them as Australia's animals after centuries of living in the continent and becoming normal to have around? This is not science fiction. It happened to us in real life and we're still paying for all the damage after hundreds of years. This is a real issue, and it works so well to what the franchise has been giving us for over 25 years. Do we show kindness and let them live but risk compromising our world? Or choose the hard way and kill them for the sake of the planet? This is what people should pay attention to instead of something stupid like, breakable glass. People say the sequels were never deep or didn't have anything to go to, but I hardly disagree with that, with maybe the exception of Jurassic Park 3.
With the best intentions. Some of the worst things imaginable have been done with the best intentions.
All the sequels had hidden themes and meanings. Just because they weren't obvious to the untrained eye, that doesn't mean they don't exist. Just because they don't outright say it out loud to you, that doesn't mean they had nothing. It just gives you an opportunity to use your analytical skills to pick them one by one. They want you to think about them for yourself. Isn't that what made many great iconic movies? That they allow the audience to think with the movie instead of giving everything in endless exposition dumps? You know, show, don't tell?
But because one of the selling points of this movie is the over-explanation of everything, everything needs to be explained in the dialogue.
I'm talking to a candle.
Candelabra, please.
Yep, that's weird. Glad you pointed out how unlikely that is so I can take off the million layers of logic armor in which I have adorned myself so that I can suspend my disbelief. We can't leave things to people's imaginations, then they might go make an internet about it.
I'm a big fan of the Metal Gear franchise, and while the Phantom Pain is a fun game, it was disappointing that it relied heavily on the tell, don't show narrative. Yes, we all hated how exaggeratingly long the cutscenes of Guns of the Patriots, but this is also unfitting for Metal Gear. The famous codec conversations lets you see the characters talk and show how they react to various comments, and also gave some of the best displays of cutscenes in video games. But Metal Gear Solid 5, with reducing the majority of cutscenes to tape recordings instead of actually showing us the developments of the plot, really takes you out of the story. It's more egregious that they tend to be optional, making them even less relevant than ever. At least with Peace Walker, the voice acting gave a large range of characters within conversation, so even when you don't see anything, you can picture how they react to some of the goofiest things they talk about.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like, or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
In the Phantom Pain, you have your 3 main characters sound the same. Without giving a profile picture on who is talking, you get lost in figuring out who is talking to whom. It doesn't help that Venom Snake barely talks even with the excuse of brain damage they use.
Boss, you don't understand what he said? I guess that makes sense. It looks like that horn stuck in your head has impacted the language center of your brain.
I think the worst moment is, without giving spoilers, is when they discover that a certain character from a previous game was found dead and they didn't show us anything. I wanted to see that moment and how the characters would react to it, but instead they reduced it to a recording. I mean, who cares? It's just a character we knew from before who played a big part in the previous title and relates to another beloved character from the franchise. It's not important, right? Back to the main topic. Steven Spielberg gave us a cinematic masterpiece, but if you really want to learn about the real idea of Jurassic Park, you really need to read the original work from the original author himself. If you claim to be a fan of the franchise, you owe it yourself to do so. A common point often brought up from time to time is fans claiming that they don't need to read the books and it's the movie's fault for not conveying their ideas the way they meant to begin with. I have a better question. If you are really fans and sing praises about this franchise, what's stopping you from wanting to learn more about it in the first place? All the information that I've been giving from the franchise from its different sources in all my videos, and the reason why I care about it, the reason I decided to do all this in the first place, is because I'm a fan who is passionate about what he loves and wants to learn more about it to better understand it and share the knowledge with those who appreciate it. Especially when someone is purposely misrepresented and spreads the false ideas about them. Just like if I would say the Transformers, G.I. Joe, He-Man, Ninja Turtles are just toy commercials with not much thought put into them. You'll find fans jumping in saying I did not understand them, and they will say they are more than just toy commercials. If you truly love Jurassic Park, why aren't you putting some effort in learning more about it? Isn't that what separates the fan from the casual viewer? One of my habits is to check out TV tropes and wikis to see what notes I missed or what behind the scenes stuff that I wasn't aware of in relation to what I last saw. If you're not that obsessive, that's fine. You don't really need to be such a dork as I am to fall in love with what you love. But if you start talking like you understand all the ins and outs of it, and think you understand better than those who do, without putting any effort in understanding what you're talking about, no, just stop before you embarrass yourself. And in this day where clickbaity titles can draw more crowds to them who spread these false ideas, that's a real issue. People just want things handed to them on the go, but they don't bother to check if they are true or not, or even try to make their own opinion instead of just repeating what everybody said already. Remember when everybody was on the bandwagon that was Michael Bay's Dora the Explorer, only to be revealed later that Michael Bay had nothing to do with it? Yeah, I guess you felt really stupid back then. I sat through all of the Twilight movies because I didn't want to follow that crowd of repeating everything they hear, and decided to make my own thoughts about these movies. Maybe even have a different idea about them or pick things no one talks about. Was it worth it? Maybe. Maybe not. They were still terrible movies, but at least I have my own thoughts on them. And that's the thing I learned from Jurassic Park. Or rather, this experience. To think and form my own opinion while at the same time present all the knowledge I've been gathering for my entire life in different subjects and use that knowledge where it belongs to explain what the average person may think is an issue or an error from the author or movie makers. It's easy to say this doesn't work. The real challenge is to say this does work and explain how it works in a manner that convinces those who receive that piece of knowledge that it really does work. It would be easy if I just accepted what everybody says is wrong about Fallen Kingdom and repeated what they all said, but I decided to use my brain and put actual thinking and logic behind everything they had problem with. I am aware that not everybody is going to take my word for granted, and it's okay. I never said my word is the definitive opinion, and I'm not forcing you to accept everything I say. I'm still human. We're all human. I make mistakes, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. Sometimes it's a simple error I overlook, other times it's an unpopular opinion. It's okay if you don't agree with me. Feel free to have your opinions. I'm just sharing what I think. And it's your choice if you're going to accept it or not.
I don't really know what the truth is. I don't suppose anybody will ever really know. 9 of us now seem to feel that the defendant is innocent. But we're just gambling on probabilities. We may be wrong. We may be trying to let a guilty man go free. I don't know. Nobody really can. But we have a reasonable doubt. And that's something that's very valuable in our system. No jury can declare a man guilty unless it's sure.
We're all aware how CinemaSins strayed off their tracks and switched from snarky remarks for fun to just full-on bashing movies and overly criticize them over everything, to the point they got the attention of movie directors to call them on their way of thinking, if not turn to a parody of themselves. But on the other hand, it's nice to have Cinemoans to spread some positivity on movies that had been seen in negative light for years. We all know the age of internet reviewers started out doing their negative views on everything. How it was cool to say bad stuff on whatever they talk about and get angry about it in the name of comedy. But you know what? Maybe it's time to let go of that style. Leave it behind and move on. All this negativity had run its course and it doesn't feel that special anymore. There was a time I used to follow Diversity and Comics, a channel criticizing the current state of comic book industry. Like everything else, I enjoyed him tearing these comics apart. No pun intended. But in addition to releasing like 10 videos a day, he got a bit egotistical and more cynical to the point he's getting more whiny than funny. It became really taxing on the mind. Especially that some comics he quote-unquote roasts didn't sound too bad and felt he was getting too harsh on them, and I ended up ignoring him and not paying more attention to him. And the less to say about his political views, the better. I'm not defending all of Marvel's current comic runs, but this is getting stupid. Many reviewers who started in this unapologetic bashing style had changed and switched from being negative to a good balance of bashing what they hate and praising what they like. Some of them even went ahead to change their style entirely, so now instead of childish comedy, we get mature analysis. And if they'd make fun of something, they would do it in a way they do have fun with it and respect what they criticize instead of out of pure spite.
Thanks, I hate it.
James Rolfe is well known as the angry video game nerd, one of the pioneers of that style, but instead of remaining the same as he is from his first episode, he improved in both his content and productive quality. And he made his show varied in styles and opinions, and therefore was not a one-note character. Doug Walker, on the other hand, is still the same. Or to be exact, he got worse. Sure, he upped his production quality, but his presentation and thought processing got heavily worse. And instead of changing and improving himself where it needed to improve, he instead focused on the wrong side. He got so toxic, not only he treats the people who made them like mortal enemies, but also the people who like the movies he hates. Which is a line no reviewer should ever cross. Yet he enjoys attacking the defenders of these movies.
What do you care? Your dumb male adolescent minds are now trained to just watch it. It can't help it now because he has your penis. Michael Bay has your penis so that whenever he puts an explosion or boobs, you gotta look. You can't help it.
As for me, well, I had enough. It was an interesting experience, but this was really taxing my mind. I've been through enough bullcrap for the past few months and I got tired. I don't want to do this for the rest of my life. It's not even my job and I don't even ask you to pay or even ask you to subscribe. I will do something fun. Enough for the dumbass critic. It's time for me to move on. But seriously though, is there anybody who liked Fallen Kingdom? Is there anyone who have any positive thoughts on it? Just one review, please. That's all I ask. One positive review of Fallen Kingdom.
I love that dinosaur! And I'm like, I like you. But if that was me in his place, I'd be like, oh, I'm scared. Oh, there's dinosaurs. Oh, we gonna die. So I respect him. I'm telling y'all, man. Why are people not talking about this movie? So that's when the movie was like, oh, shoot, Andre, you thought you knew what was gonna happen. And then cut. And I was like, oh, this is what I wanted. I love this movie.
There is hope. There is hope. There is hope. So anyway, that's the end of the series. I hope you enjoyed listening to this loser talking about dinosaurs and animals and all sorts of loser culture, and I thank you for testing your patience with me.
In other words, we'll be back in 2021. You do realize this isn't the final movie, right? We still have one more left.
Yeah, we will be back when the final Jurassic World movie is released. And until then, take care, everyone, and I'll see you next time. Good job, everyone. That was really great. You all did great. Even though I was barely acknowledged this time? Yes. So what do we do now?
How about a game of pool?
Pool? Seriously?
Ha! Try to beat that.
I don't get it. How do you play this thing without cards or holographic projectors?
We play with our hands.
You use your hands? That's stupid. I'm going to develop a hand-free card system.
Wait a minute! What about all the crazy stuff happened in the previously on segment? Deadpool? They were just jokes. You mean, they meant nothing? It was a teaser. That's what teasers do. Teasing. Aha! You know you're a jerk, right? I'm a YouTuber. Of course I'll be a jerk. Well, screw you two. Anyway, what is your next plan? Oh, I have a little thing or two in the making. You will see. You will see.
Okay, ladies, I know you did great in your movies, but let's face it. I'm going to be the popular one from this day on. I mean, come on, nobody likes you. One of you killed a popular character.
Yeah, you told them.
And the other one is boring. And let's not forget about the Ultimasaurus who got cancelled before getting her spotlight. Clearly I'm the winner of the hybrid race. Really? You're letting me join the club? Initiating. You mean like a ceremony. I'm cool with that. So, what do I have to do? Do I have to complete a task, or do you have to wave something over my head?